Hi loves, welcome to a new Sleep Chores and More video, and in today's compilation video we are discussing one of my favorite topics to discuss that we talk about in many different videos on my main channel, and that is Scientology. And I don't mean to brag right out of the gate, but I have been told I have made it to the Scientology enemies list. So don't be intimidated by me or anything like that. I'm just a normal person living a normal life, but G and I have made the list apparently. So what an achievement that will be. I'll have to put it in my obituary. Sorry if the angle shifted ever so slightly there. My camera decided to randomly shut off. But in today's video, we're going to be discussing everything about, yes, the very public Scientology celebrities who are very open about the fact that they are Scientologists. Some might even say too open. And then we're also going to be discussing a lot of the ex-Scientologists who are celebrities. And then we're going to be discussing many of the celebrity Scientologists who deny the fact that they're Scientologists, and also a lot of the celebrities who aren't Scientologists but hover around Scientology, are very involved, are very supportive, like Ashton Kutcher, my mortal enemy, and Mila Kunis. And they are people that would go every year and perform and support the Scientology Christmas play and things like that. And they're also people that allegedly Scientology has a lot of secrets on. So we're going to be going into all of this. And as I said, this is a compilation from my main channel. In case you're new here, which if you are, welcome. And I'm so glad that you found the channel. In the description box and pinned comment, I will always leave a Google link that's labeled sources, and it will have every article, interview, video, clip, book, everything that I've used to make these videos. And also down there will be a link to my main channel, a lot of my other Scientology videos, and a Scientology playlist, and also my social media merch, Patreon, G's social media, anything you could possibly need. And as always, thank you so much for watching, and let's get into the video. As long as Hollywood has existed, there's been celebrity endorsements. Celebrities have promoted absolutely everything, and now with the internet, endorsements, sponsorships, and product placements are at an all-time high. While this channel doesn't do sponsorships, there are many fine celebrity and influencer endorsements from talented people who make quality content. But on the other side, there is a dangerous side to celebrity endorsements, and many believe the most harmful celebrity affiliation of all is the many stars at the forefront of the alleged cult of Scientology. Scientology claims to be a religion and has had many famous stars from both the small and silver screen as members over the last several decades. Scientologists claim they are saving the planet, and they all fanatically agree their most important member, who is leading them in this endeavor, is the box office star Tom Cruise. Scientology is infamous around the world for its strict rules, ruthless methods, treatment of its own members, and closely guarded questionable beliefs. Scientology's beliefs are so bizarre that when they were first explained in the media, a message had to be affixed to the screen to let viewers know that they really were the beliefs of Scientologists. With the evolution of the internet, former practicing Scientologists have been able to share their horror stories, with scores of former members speaking out of the alleged abuse and atrocities they endured, with many only being able to break free from the group by literally running away and escaping in the trunk of a car. So that's what we're going to be talking about today: Scientology and its most famous members. We'll be diving into the history of Tom Cruise and his involvement with the church, including all of his relationships and the unbelievable ways his ex-wives and girlfriends had to extract themselves from both Cruise and Scientology's clutches, with some not being as lucky as others. I'll even be sharing my own dealings with Cruise and the hundreds of Scientologists he used to bring with him at the times that I would have dealings with him. We'll also be exploring the other celebrity members and alleged members of Scientology, and the many attempts Cruise has made to draw in other celebrities, including what has been said in the celebrity recruitment meetings. So sit back, relax, and let's dive in to the controversial, shocking, and twisted world of Tom Cruise and Scientology. So as I said in the intro, today we're going to be talking about the celebrities involved or who used to be involved with Scientology. Of course, our main focus will be the biggest celebrity that's in Scientology and who most people think of when they think of Scientology, Tom Cruise. But we'll also be discussing many of the other public Scientologists that most people think of when they think of Scientology. And we're also going to be discussing many of the former Scientologists and those celebrities who are actually not open about their involvement. Celebrities who, many of which will actively deny that they are involved. And these denials are for very specific reasons that we'll also get into. We'll also discuss the many celebrities who Scientology has tried to lure into the group over the years. Many of these are A-listers that Scientology has allegedly spent hundreds of thousands and even millions of tax-exempt money to try and recruit these A-listers into their ranks. The IRS granted Scientology tax exemption status, and according to many past high-ranking Scientologists, this tax exemption status absolutely saved Scientology when they were going through a big financial crisis. These past Scientologists have also stated that the group employed very dirty tactics to pressure the IRS into granting this tax-exempt status, even investigating individual tax agents and doing whatever they could to make sure that Scientology was granted the exemption. Many of these former Scientologists and other people in the know have stated that they believe the withdrawal of this exemption would likely signal the end of the organization, and that's why many ex-Scientologists who speak out and try and fight back against the organization really highlight how much this exemption status assists Scientology. The reason I wanted to highlight that tax exemption status at the top of the video is because I want you to hold that in the front of your mind as we're going through everything that Scientology is both doing for its current celebrity members and doing in order to recruit and try and lure in other celebrities. As all of these millions of dollars that are being spent in a small way due to the tax exemption are coming from us US taxpayers. So we want to very briefly explain what Scientology is, but mainly focus on the vast majority of celebrities in Scientology, how those celebrities got involved, why so many celebrities are in Scientology, and why so many of these celebrities today do not discuss Scientology at all. Many even actually deny they are Scientologists, and will also discuss why there aren't any celebrities joining in the current day. Scientology was founded in the early 1950s by the science fiction writer L. Ron Hubbard. Hubbard established the Church of Scientology in Camden, New Jersey, and in 1953, he formalized the movement into a religious organization. Scientology was born out of Hubbard's 1950 book, Dianetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health, and the entire idea and practice of Dianetics is all focused around improving mental well-being. All of this obviously is according to Hubbard, but Dianetics focuses around the concept of the reactive mind, a part of the mind that stores painful memories or traumas, and he refers to these as engrams. According to Hubbard, these engrams negatively impact behavior and mental health, and the goal is to clear through the process, and you do this through something called auditing. Auditing involves a trained auditor guiding a participant, also known as a pre-clear, through their memories to identify and address their engrams. All of that is built around achieving the coveted state of clear, and I'm sure people have heard that phrase before. If a Scientologist achieves the level of clear, it means they are free from the influence of their past traumas. meters. A lot of people are probably familiar also with auditing. There is a device called an e-meter, which was created by Hubbard, and the person going through the audit holds onto this e-meter, and the person who is performing the audit reads the e-meter. All the auditing sessions are recorded, and that is one thing that makes Scientology so powerful and dangerous, because these auditing sessions, people share everything, their deepest, darkest secrets, things that they've done wrong, cheating, crimes, absolutely everything. And Scientology will even tell celebrities that they're not recording them. So it means Scientology just has this wealth of blackmail material. And there's also other ways that they get this blackmail material. It's not just these auditing sessions that are obsessively documented either, because Scientology documents absolutely everything. So that's what Scientologists are doing and trying to achieve, but what are their actual beliefs? If I would have been making this video and looking for this information 20 years ago, it would have been pretty impossible to find, as Scientology not only guards their beliefs and really anything about the organization so much that not even some of their own followers could answer that question. Scientologists must reach a certain level to have their beliefs revealed to them. Scientology works off a scale called OT, operating thetans, and in order to move up the bridge, as they call it, you need to be able to pay hundreds of thousands and sometimes even millions of dollars. While we can answer the question now, what do Scientologists believe, lower ranking Scientologists today most likely couldn't, as all Scientologists, no matter their rank, are really strongly discouraged from using the internet, watching TV, looking at anything outside of Scientology, and many of them have their phones and devices checked by higher ranking members and security, and many members, mainly those in the Sea Org, are not even allowed phones. The Sea Org is made up of the most dedicated Scientologists, and they basically work for Scientology. They can do everything from cleaning to being very high up and being involved in the top level decisions of the religion. And these members also infamously sign a billion-year contract to be a part of this esteemed group within Scientology. Scientology sometimes will refer to it as their kind of military, as they do sometimes wear what looks like Navy uniforms. The only reason today that we know the secret Scientology beliefs is because of South Park, and I'm really not joking about that. In November 2005, exactly 24 years ago, South Park premiered an episode called Trapped in the Closet. This episode went over the basics of Scientology while also making fun of the organization as a whole and its major celebrities like Tom Cruise. Prior to this episode, not only was not a lot known about Scientology, but no one went after the group because of fear of being sued. South Park put the group's practices out there and showed also that Scientology might not be as keen to sue and go through discovery. South Park also famously had "This is what actual Scientologists believe" plastered on the screen the entire time they were explaining what the religion believes. We'll also touch on this episode later when we talk about one of the voice actors from South Park, Isaac Hayes, as there's a lot about Hayes and this episode in particular that I really found surprising when I was researching this video, and I couldn't believe I hadn't heard some of this stuff before. As always, everything I've used for this video is in the sources, which is the Google link below. All the articles, videos, they're labeled and linked, so you can go and look into everything yourself if you want to know more. Also, please do not take any of the sources I'm using as endorsements. I'm just simply showing you where I got the information because I think it's important to disclose that, and also important that people are able to then go and find more information if they want to. In 2005, the general public knew a little bit about auditing, e-meters, and going clear, and and I will get into how I first ever learned about that. And that was when I moved to Tampa. And the first time that I was ever tried to be recruited into Scientology, the last time I was ever tried to be recruited actually involved Tom Cruise himself, but we'll get into that later. But by the end of 2005, thanks to South Park, people also knew about the main spiritual concepts of Scientology, which was centered around the idea of the Thetan. If you remember when I mentioned the operating Thetan, those are the levels. Scientology, they actually view this Thetan as an immortal spiritual being and is considered to be the true essence of an individual. And they also believe these are some sort of ghost aliens. They believe that each person is individually a Thetan or has a Thetan in them, and that is the core of someone's identity, distinct from both their body and mind. They believe that these Thetans are immortal beings who have lived through many past lives and will continue to exist beyond physical death. They don't believe that a Thetan is like a person where you live and die. It's you have a Thetan in you and I'm a Thetan using this body, and then when I pass away, I just am that same Thetan in a different body. They say that as Thetans experience life, they accumulate traumatic memories, and these are the engrams that they are trying to clear through auditing. When a Thetan confronts and clears their engrams, it leads them to greater spiritual awareness and liberation, and it allows them to regain an understanding of their eternal nature and abilities. According to Hubbard, the reason these Thetans, or to say the Thetans that are in people, are unaware of their true nature despite being amazing, powerful entities, apparently, is because of a past event he calls the Wall of Fire. Hubbard said that this Wall of Fire caused a significant spiritual decline for the Thetans, and it was this catastrophic event that made many Thetans unaware of their true form. This concept of Thetans is why that Scientologists believe that the leader, L. Ron Hubbard, will return one day, and it is why they still, to this day, pay someone full-time, or don't pay them very much, but we'll get into that later. They actually pay someone, and it's their full-time job, to go every single day to Hubbard's and lay out his pajamas just in case he comes back as a Thetan in the middle of the night. So why are so many celebrities associated with Scientology? And saying a lot of celebrities, that isn't necessarily true. While for its numbers, it does have a lot of celebrities, because despite the numbers that Scientology try and claim, most people, from experts to ex-Scientologists themselves, all agree that the numbers are much, much lower than Scientology reports. And although it was a lot higher in the 90s, there really only appears to be between 25 and 40,000 active Scientologists today. And a lot of these active Scientologists are in Clearwater, Florida. Out of that 25 to 40,000, there are some well-known celebrities like Tom Cruise, who is one of the biggest movie stars, Elisabeth Moss, who's a huge TV star, John Travolta, who was obviously huge in the 80s and 90s, Danny, Chris, and Alana Masterson, and many, many more that we'll get into. And there's also a lot of lesser-known celebrities in that group too. However, it's also important to note that many celebrities have left over the recent years. Leah Remini is probably the most well-known, as she is the most outspoken, and we'll be talking a lot more about Leah later. Laura Prepon, John Stamos, Jason Lee, and a lot of others. While some of these big stars do remain, Scientology is not able to recruit celebrity members due to the fact that most people define the group as a cult rather than a religion. The reason there are a fair few celebrities in relation to the size of Scientology and why there are so many attempts to recruit is because of something called Project Celebrity. The project was launched all the way back in the 50s when Scientology was first started, and this was launched under the direction of Hubbard himself. Project Celebrity's aim is not only to recruit celebrities, but to use the fame of those that had been recruited to spread the controversial group's message, attract new members, and to enhance the group's public image. In the past, the group focused on building relationships with actors, musicians, and other public figures, and very much encouraged these celebrities to participate in Scientology activities, publicly endorse the teachings, and just in general talk about being a Scientologist. It's why in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, you would see Tom Cruise jumping on Oprah's couch or attacking Brooke Shields and openly talking about Scientology. John Travolta making movies like Battlefield Earth that's all about Scientology, basically. And other celebrities like Kirstie Alley, Danny and Chris Masterson, Laura Prepon, Juliette Lewis, and Leah Remini, all actively in the press discussed being a Scientologist and how much it meant to them. In the past, a lot of these celebrities weren't just outspoken advocates promoting Scientology, but they also used their fame to defend it. People like Tom Cruise and John Travolta are the most visible aspects of Scientology. Outside of places like Tampa, Florida, for example, where there's a lot of Scientologists, most of the general public don't really know anything about Scientology. And if you ask someone on the street, what do you know? Most people are going to think of and say, oh, Tom Cruise is in it, or one of the other celebrities. And these celebrities also have enormous platforms to challenge public criticism of Scientology, and absolutely, until very recently, they used all of these tools at their disposal to promote Scientology on a global scale. So what it comes down to is that these celebrities serve as basically spokespeople, helping Scientology to appear more credible and appealing. Scientology and its leaders do everything they can to ensure that these celebrity members have very positive experiences. They offer them personalized services, special treatment, they have celebrity centers, they have staff at their homes that their full-time job is doing everything for these celebrities, and the money comes out of Scientology. And even things like when they go into the actual Scientology centers, they have separate entrances and separate rooms and separate dining areas. But we'll get into much more of the special treatment celebrities get in a little bit. You'll notice there I used a lot of past tense, and if you're younger, you may even be thinking, what are you talking about? These celebrities never speak about Scientology, because things have certainly changed from 2005 when Tom Cruise was jumping on Oprah's sofa or telling interviewers it was a privilege to be a Scientologist. It seems the more people found out about Scientology, the worse Scientology's reputation became. This desire to have famous celebrity members has also kind of backfired on them, as when these famous members leave, everyone wants to know why. And one in particular, Leah Remini, has been a huge thorn in Scientology's side. Leah has used her large platform as a celebrity to speak out about Scientology, even having a show, a podcast, a book, and several other endeavors that have given her a wide audience that now has been educated about the harm of Scientology. In addition to the former celebrity members being a trouble source for them, the internet has also contributed to their dwindling membership, because it's not only hard for them to recruit celebrities at the moment, but it's also hard for them to recruit non-famous members, because all of Scientology's controversies and allegations have become so well known. On social media and the internet, people are able to go and educate themselves about Scientology and their practices. And it's also given their former non-famous members the ability to go on platforms like YouTube and tell their story about everything that they went through when they were in the religion and what they had to face to get out. Some people have even told stories about running away and being chased down at bus depots, or even hiding in the trunk of a car to try and escape. Even if you look at some of the celebrities that we've mentioned in this video already, like Leah Remini, Lisa Marie Presley, Giovanni Ribisi, Ethan Suplee, Danny, Chris, and Alana Masterson, all of them became Scientologists when they were children and were raised in it. And many of the Scientologists today who seem to make up the religion were also born in it, according to many ex-Scientologists. So now I want to discuss these celebrity members, their many ties to the church, and also the other celebrities that Scientology has aggressively tried to recruit, even allegedly spending millions of dollars, tax-exempt dollars, to try and lure in people like David and Victoria Beckham, Brad Pitt, and Jim Carrey. We're going to use Tom Cruise as a timeline to discuss this because he is not only at the forefront of Scientology, the biggest celebrity, but he also is the person who is in charge of the other celebrities in Scientology and is the person who very aggressively tells the celebrities that you need to be bringing in more famous people into Scientology. Tom Cruise is so well known that I'd be really surprised if anyone who was watching this video didn't know who he was, because he is a huge Hollywood star. And also, if you know anything about Scientology, it's that Tom Cruise is a member. Tom Cruise was born Thomas Cruise Mather, and he was born on July 3rd, 1962 in Syracuse, New York. His films have grossed over $12 billion, and he is one of the highest grossing actors of all time and one of the world's highest paid actors. He has 3 sisters who are also now involved in Scientology, and he grew up very low income and says his biological father was a merchant of chaos and treated his children and wife terribly. Cruise moved around a lot as a child, and he grew up all across the US and Canada, going to 15 schools in 14 years. Cruise actually grew up a Catholic, and he wanted to actually be a priest, even going to school originally to become a priest. But as we all know, he then transitioned into acting, and he first started making traction in the 1980s with his first big breakout starring role in the 1983 film Risky Business. This was quickly followed by the massive film Top Gun in 1986, and Cruise then went on to a string of other successful films in the late 1980s and all through the 1990s, and by the time he went into the year 2000, he was a massive star with 3 Golden Globe Awards and an Oscar nomination. Just after the success of Top Gun in 1987, Cruise married his first wife, Mimi Rogers, and it is believed that Mimi Rogers is how Cruise got into Scientology, as Rogers was a Scientologist from birth because her father had become interested in Dianetics and L. Ron Hubbard in 1952, before Hubbard even formalized the religion and named it Scientology. Although Rogers herself has now left the church, Rogers and Cruise marriage was very short-lived, and they divorced in 1990, having actually split in 1989 after just 2 years of marriage. The author Lawrence Wright, who actually wrote a book on Scientology, the 2013 book Going Clear, Scientology, Hollywood, and the Prison of Belief, Wright and many other people, including ex-Scientologists, have all stated that Rogers was pushed out of her marriage with Cruise because Cruise had become interested in Nicole Kidman. And as you'll see throughout this video, what Cruise wants, Cruise gets, and usually it's Scientology who helps him get it. Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman met on the set of the movie Days of Thunder. The couple married quickly in 1990 and they adopted 2 children together, Isabella and Connor. Kidman was not a Scientologist when she met Cruise and reportedly struggled with the influence of the church in her and Cruise's relationship. Allegedly, Scientology higher-ups, including the leader David Miscavige, who is also best friends with Cruise, saw Kidman as a potential problem as she wasn't a Scientologist, didn't appear to be sold in the religion, and her father was seen as one of Scientology's absolute enemies, as he was a psychologist. Scientologists do not subscribe to psychology, psychiatry, or any of the surrounding fields or practices, or anything to do with mental health. They loathe, especially any form of medication, usually anything prescribed for psychological disorders, chemical imbalances, or neurological disorders. They absolutely despise it. And it's not just those medications, as we'll get into when we talk about how they lured in and damaged 9/11 responders, and that was led by Cruise and Danny Masterson, but we'll get to that in just a minute. They believe all medications like antidepressants and ADHD meds should be banned, and they believe psychiatrists are murderers, and that is not hyperbole. That is what it says in Hubbard's teachings. In fact, not many people know this, but if you have ever had any treatment from a psychiatrist, if you've ever been in a mental health facility, or if you have ever taken meds for depression, ADHD, anxiety, you can never go through auditing and become clear because it just completely rules you out in their eyes. Also, bizarrely, if you've ever taken LSD, apparently that's on the list too. The higher-ups in Scientology actually have tasked a lot of people within the organization before to look into all of the texts from Hubbard and all of the teachings to try and find something that they can circumvent this no medication in your past or no sort of mental health therapy or anything in your past, because when they were looking for this loophole, it was because they were trying to lure in more celebrities, and they found that the vast majority of celebrities had either been to a psychiatrist and or taken meds. Specifically Mike Rinder that we spoke about, and also Claire Headley, who is a former higher-up executive within Scientology. They both have spoken about trying to find this loophole workaround when they were trying to recruit Jim Carrey for Scientology. And we'll get more into their attempted celebrity recruitment tactics in just a minute. So a minute ago, I just referenced the 9/11 survivors, and I just wanted to provide some details about that. And this is in relation to specifically the cast of that 70s show, especially Danny Masterson, and also Tom Cruise and a bunch of other celebrities that we'll talk about were involved with this. I have briefly referenced this in my February video about the cast of that 70s show, but if you haven't seen that video or any of my other videos on the cast of that 70s show, you don't need to. The only context that you need is that Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis wrote letters of support for Danny Masterson after he was convicted of multiple violent rapes. And Ashton and Mila wrote these letters speaking to his character, what an amazing person he is, and how Masterson was one of a handful of people that they would leave their young daughter alone with. Kutcher and Kunis wrote these letters after Masterson was convicted. In these letters, they make reference to many things about Masterson's wonderful, in their opinion, character. One of the examples that they highlight is how after 9/11, Masterson was so motivated to help that he rallied his co-workers to help the firefighters and other rescuers that were there in New York on 9/11. This, among many other things mentioned in those letters, are very far from the truth, because Masterson didn't help firefighters, rescuers, or anyone. He actually harmed these brave firefighters and rescue operators who ran in to help on 9/11. Tom Cruise was leading this with Masterson, and Masterson also brought in fellow Scientologists like his brother Chris Masterson, Juliette Lewis, and Michael Pena. Michael Pena's wife was also involved, Bree Schaefer, and she is very close friends with Danny Masterson. She actually started as his assistant, and then Masterson helped her get a lot of jobs and move up the totem pole. Leah Remini has also spoken a lot about her, and she also had a lot of property and assets put into her name before Masterson went to trial. Of course, Masterson also brought in Laura Prepon, who was close friends with him, a co-star on That 70s Show, and she was dating his brother Chris at that time. Masterson brought in his other That 70s Show co-stars, always with the exception of Topher Grace, who thankfully now people have realized why Topher Grace did not want to be involved with Danny Masterson or Ashton Kutcher or Wilder Valderrama or any of these people. And there is another smattering of celebrities that were involved and went to this, like Bradley Cooper, Eva Longoria, and Kate Mara. This program lured firefighters in and was investigated and covered by the New York Times. But in a nutshell, they basically told firefighters that they could join this medical detox program and that they needed to stop all of their prescribed medications, which included inhalers, antidepressants, blood pressure medications. They needed to stop everything because they were going to be given medication from this medical detox clinic that would take care of everything.
Oh, so they would be taken off of the drugs that were prescribed to them by a professional in the field.
Right.
Yes.
Right. That's what they were doing in the New York Detox, the Tom Cruise front group that I supported at the time. These men and women, first responders, were getting off of the drugs that they desperately needed.
They gave them a pill that today people still aren't sure what exactly was in this medication, but they are believed to have contained niacin, which is just pretty much vitamin B3. There were a lot of alarming issues and practices happening at this center. There was even one instance where a man was having trouble breathing after being given a large dose of this just basically vitamin B3 pill and being put in a 170-degree sauna and then told to exercise. The staff were discouraged from calling 911 in emergencies, so when the man started turning blue, the clinic higher up said he was just experiencing a manifestation and that he should just refer back to Hubbard's book, Clear Body, Clear Mind. Allegedly, in the first half of Cruise and Kidman's marriage, Cruise pulled back from Scientology, and this caused the leader, David Miscavige, to have a great concern, as not only was Cruise an A-list star promoting Scientology, but Cruise and David Miscavige were extremely close. Miscavige persisted with Cruise, and according to many ex-Scientologists and other people familiar with Cruise, it was Cruise's intense commitment to Scientology that created tension between Cruise and Kidman. Former Scientology higher-ups like Claire Headley and Mike Rinder have spoken about what was going on behind the scenes quite a lot with Cruise, and they spoke about how while Cruise and Kidman were married, Scientology allegedly tapped Kidman's phone, unbeknownst to Kidman herself, of course. According to a deeply researched and very detailed article from Vanity Fair, Kidman did make it to OT level 2, which is just one level before the aforementioned wall of fire. OT level 3 is when you're allowed to be given this information about the Thetans. There is actually a bit of additional information to the Thetans and what is learned at OT level 3. I just didn't want to overwhelm everyone with this absolutely very out there information, but the Thetans actually came 75 million years ago and were sent from a galactic emperor named Xenu. And the Thetans got here because Xenu sent millions of them on a spaceship, and they were all frozen on the spaceship because his kingdom was overpopulated. So Xenu sent them specifically to bases of volcanoes on Earth, and the volcanoes were hydrogen bombed, and so then the Thetans were unfrozen and thrown around the Earth, and then the Thetans basically found humans and decided they were going to use the humans as hosts, containers, and that's how we get our Thetans, allegedly. Cruise and Kidman divorced in 2001, and a very famous picture was taken of Kidman after divorcing Cruise, which I'll put on the screen, obviously. After the divorce, Kidman distanced herself from Scientology. At the point of divorce, the priority for Scientology became obviously Cruise and also securing the loyalty of Kidman and Cruise's children, Connor and Isabella. Many ex-Scientologists believe that Connor and Isabella were effectively turned against their mother. They were instructed by Scientology that Nicole Kidman was an SP, and an SP is a suppressive person, someone who is considered an enemy of the Church of Scientology. They view SPs as suppressive personalities who are trying to prevent good things from happening. Although Scientology has never publicly labeled Nicole Kidman an SP, many ex-Scientologists believe this lack of public label and Scientology not going too hard against her is because Kidman has not publicly trashed Scientology and doesn't speak about it in the press. Most people believe Nicole Kidman doesn't speak about Scientology or bash them because it would probably hurt her children, as they are still to this day very active Scientologists and very involved with the church. In her book, Leah Remini described being in a car with Cruise and Kidman's children and asking them if they saw their mother, and Isabella's response was, "Not if I have a choice. Our mother is a fucking SP." After his divorce from Kidman, Tom Cruise complained to Scientology he could not find a girlfriend, and people within the organization were tasked with finding him the perfect one. They wanted the woman to be within Scientology preferably, as it would stop a lot of the issues that had arisen with Nicole, and it would hopefully get Cruise even more cemented within Scientology. This certainly doesn't seem anything out of the ordinary for Cruise and Scientology, because according to every Scientologist ever, ex-Scientologist ever, who's spoken out about Tom Cruise and what seems to be going on within the organization, is the fact that Tom Cruise has an army of Scientology Sea Org members running his house, his team, doing everything for him, treating him like he's a king. They all even salute him, and everything is paid for by Scientology, and this is justified by David Miscavige, the leader, saying that anything that Tom Cruise does promotes Scientology. So that's why his entire existence and security and cars and everything is paid for by Scientology, and it's tax exempt money. The first was with Penelope Cruz, and the second was with Nazanin Bonadi. The relationship with Cruz, Penelope Cruz, was straight after Nicole Kidman, and they met when co-starring in the movie Vanilla Sky. Allegedly, Penelope Cruz took several Scientology classes and did some auditing, but never joined the religion. It was again Tom Cruise's very strong Scientology ties that was the apparent reason for the ending of their relationship in the first half of 2004. The next relationship with Nazanin was put together by Scientology. There was a team of screeners at the Scientology headquarters called Gold Base that had a basic audition period after Cruz had failed to lure in some other actresses like Sofia Vergara and Scarlett Johansson. In 2004, Nazanin was 25 and Cruz was 43, and they began dating in November 2004. Nazanin is a very beautiful Iranian-born woman who was raised in London and whose mother was a Scientologist. She graduated with honors in biological sciences from the University of California at Irvine, and at that time, she had plans to go to medical school. When Nazanin was found for Cruz, she did actually have a boyfriend who she brought into Scientology. So, obviously, in order to date Cruz, he had to go. To get Nazanin to break up with her boyfriend, a Scientology official showed her his confidential information from his auditing files. And after seeing his deepest, darkest secrets, Nazanin chose to end the relationship. The month prior to when she started dating Cruz in October 2004, the prep began to get Nazanin prepared because at the time, she was only 25. She was looking to go to med school. She didn't have the acting career she has today, and they needed to bring her up to Tom Cruise approval level, allegedly. She was brought to the Celebrity Center in Hollywood and was told by a high-ranking Scientologist that she had been selected for a very hush-hush mission that would entail meeting dignitaries around the world, and this mission would be helping to make the world a better place. There was no mention of Cruz or dating or anything. That is what she was told, allegedly. Nazanin was very involved in Scientology at this time in her life, and she had already surpassed the wall of fire and was an OT level 5, which was seen as doing quite well as she was only 25. Her month preparation involves being audited every single day and, of course, disclosing her deepest, darkest secrets, including every aspect of her intimate life. There were apparently a lot of things that someone could disclose in these sessions, one of which was if they'd ever been involved in a threesome. Along with auditing, Nazanin got a full makeover. She had her braces removed, even though they shouldn't have been removed for another 6 months. She had red highlights in her hair, and they had them removed because, according to one of the sources for the Vanity Fair article, Tom Cruise would prefer if a woman had all dark hair, and this was, to quote them, to emphasize her ethnicity. After all of this, she was then brought to Beverly Hills to buy her an expensive wardrobe, of course, all financed by Scientology, and taking her to stores like Saks and Burberry. At this stage, she had had the full makeover, all the auditing, and she still had no idea what this mission was. Never mind that it would be dating Tom Cruise. She was given lots of confidentiality agreements and told if she violated them, she would be kicked out of Scientology, shunned by her family and friends, and declared an SP immediately. She was then asked to write an essay about her goals for life and goals for a partner, and she also had to include things like her perfect first date and other things she liked to do and her preferences. Scientology then allegedly flew her to New York City. Again, she still has no clue what's going on. They checked her into a hotel and told her to get a good night's sleep. The next day, she was filled in on what the mission actually was, And obviously, she was completely shocked and felt manipulated. But being all the pressure that was on her, she went ahead. And also, what else is she going to do? She's on her own in New York with no money, no way of getting anywhere, no phone, nothing. And she was also told, this is Mr. Cruise. We can't let him down. And Tom Cruise, again, is seen as this messiah in Scientology. That day, Nazanin and Cruise met and they went for sushi at Nobu. And then they went ice skating at Rockefeller Center, where the rink was closed down. So it was only them there. Well, them and Tom Cruise's huge entourage. Remember how I said earlier that they had her write down her perfect first date? Well, what did she write down? Sushi and ice skating. The first night they met, they spent together, but according to the sources from Vanity Fair, they didn't sleep together. But Cruise, that night, after spending exactly one day with her, told her, I've never felt this way about anyone before. Cruise was staying at the Trump Tower, where he took up, well, him and his entourage took up the entire floor. And Cruise always has this enormous entourage with him. And I can absolutely verify this because the over 15, 16 times that I've been around him, he has always had a huge entourage, and I've never seen fewer than a dozen people. And that was when he was just going to the movies with his son, but there was still a dozen other people there. And I have seen him with well over 100 people, but put a pin in that for later. So the next day, the second day that they've known each other, he takes her to the War of the Worlds set and brings her around to basically kiss her very publicly in front of other people working on the movie. There's like hundreds and hundreds of people, crew, extras, and according to these sources, he just keeps going from gathering of people to gathering of people and having all these big public displays of affection again one day after they've met. I really do recommend the Vanity Fair article. It's really long and goes into a lot of detail about all of Cruise's relationships, but especially with Nazanin. The amount of control that was applied to Nazanin is horrendous. They really isolated her, wouldn't let her speak to anyone else. She had to be with Cruise every moment, and if there was anything she did that Tom Cruise didn't like, he would report her to a member of staff. Cruise actually reported her the first time she ever spoke to him. He had just received this made-up Scientology Freedom Medal of Valor, and when they met, she said, "Very well done." He took this as not being gracious enough, and he also said it implied that he was her junior. Nazanin at this time was completely isolated, and her only source of funds was a credit card that was in Cruise's production company's name. Cruise was also at this time making plans to have her incisors filed down. This was, again, like weeks after they'd met. And they actually then, at the end of the year, went on vacation with David Miscavige and his wife, Shelley. One of the days, Nazanin had actually injured herself falling off a snowmobile, and she was in a lot of pain. She was also having a lot of pain from her menstrual cycle, but Cruise had told her, suck it up, basically, and that he needed her to entertain the Miscaviges. When Nazanin was speaking to David Miscavige, he said something that she didn't quite understand because it was an American accent and she's grown up in the UK. And she said, "Excuse me," as in, excuse me, like, what did you say? And Cruise was livid when he heard this. I will say, as someone who is Irish and lived in Ireland and the UK until I was 16 and then moved to America, I think both of the "excuse me" and the original "very well done" are little lost in translation issues because there are so many little nuances to American English and British English that there absolutely are little things like this that can make either side sound a little bit rude to the other side. And it just doesn't make sense or isn't used in the same way. And they're little small things like that. American friends of mine will always love when I say little phrases like, oh, I got those tickets sorted, because sorted isn't really used like that in America. And it's the same the other way around when I'm in the UK and I say something like, oh, I'm going to the gas station. British people think that's funny because they say petrol. Excuse me, I would totally use in the UK to say, I didn't hear you. What did you say? But in America, I wouldn't use that because that isn't used that way. There's just little silly things like that. Same with very well done. Sometimes, well, a lot of the time, British people put these super little emphasis words that don't contribute or mean anything, but they're just in there. They'll say things like, oh, I took my wee cat down the wee road to get their wee injections. And that doesn't contribute anything to the sentence, but it's just the way they talk sometimes. But as I said, Cruz saw this as an absolute disgrace, and he pretty much ended the relationship over this. He saw this as Nazanin disrespecting his best friend and the leader of Scientology. Nazanin was told to pack her bags and move into the Celebrity Center in Hollywood, and Tom Cruise didn't actually break up with her himself. He had staff members then do it when she was leaving the house. Cruise, apparently, according to these staff members, was not to be disturbed, so that's why they were doing it. After moving into the Celebrity Center, she was quickly taken across the country to Scientology's mothership, the Flag Building in Clearwater, Florida. She was told she needed to atone for her errors. She wasn't allowed to mention her relationship with Cruz to anyone. And while she was in Florida, she was so upset by how her life had been really derailed by everything that she actually broke down one day and told a friend everything that had happened. This friend immediately turned her in and wrote a knowledge report on her. Knowledge reports are created by Scientologists when they believe another Scientologist has done something wrong. They will turn in this massive detailed document that reports everything that they believe is a transgression that the other Scientologist has committed. After the report was turned in, Nazanin was allegedly severely punished for more than 2 months. She had to do things like scrub toilets with a toothbrush on her hands and knees, clean bathroom tiles with acid, and dig ditches in the middle of the night. She was also harangued for hours and made to confess what a horrible human being she was, all over what I've told you, those comments and nothing. After that, she was sent out to sell Hubbard's Dianetics book on the street and try and recruit people, a job she continued to do when she was finally allowed to return to LA. That was actually my first ever interaction with a Scientologist, and this was literally 3-4 weeks after I moved to Tampa in the summer of 2004. So the South Park episode hadn't even come out. I was 16. I knew really nothing about Scientology other than, oh, Tom Cruise and like these celebrities are in it. And they didn't even say they were Scientologists. My friends and I were walking down the street, and this was the first time I probably ever was in Ybor. And I didn't even know, like, they're my friends now, but I didn't even know them that well then. And we were just walking down the street, and basically one of these people came up to us and they presented it like, oh, do you want to know more about psychology? But they obviously didn't say psychology. They were saying like your mind. And they brought us into one of these little, they used to have these little centers in Ybor. They don't have them anymore. I think they're all in Clearwater now. And they brought us in, and there was a small room at the back that had like a projector screen, and there was probably 5 of us, and they put us in there and basically closed the door, turned off the lights, and put this movie on it. All I remember about it was like the first 10 seconds was a football player that got knocked unconscious. And that's all I remember, because then we were like, oh my God, we're like locked in this room in the dark. Who are these people? And so we decided, oh, we're just going to walk out. And we're like, open the door to walk out of there was like the main room. And so we're walking out and they're like calling after us. And we're like, no, we're getting out of here. We're getting out of here. And we had no idea that they were Scientologists, but they'd given us like Dianetics or some sort of leaflet. And then we like ran around the corner and went into a cafe. And then we like looked at the leaflets, and one of my friends was like, oh my God, that was a fucking Scientologist. And I was like, what? And then that's when I learned, oh, this is like the Scientology capital of the world. So, and I had many, many, many more not run-ins, but many more interactions with them, including all of my interactions with Tom Cruise, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. Ex-Scientologist Mark Headley said that for the 3 months that Cruise and Nazanin dated, Scientology staff and Cruise were still looking through these audition tapes for Cruise's future partner. A few months after Nazanin and Cruise broke up, in May of that same year, they broke up at the end of January, Cruise went on the Oprah Winfrey Show and declared his love for Katie Holmes, saying he had never felt this way before. This appearance on Oprah went the 2005 version of viral because just a few months before, in February of 2005, the very platform that we're on right now was created, making the video clip very easily shareable, like nothing had been shareable before. And this really was one of the first big celebrity things that went viral. I'm sure anyone who was around can see this clip crystal clear in their mind of Cruise jumping on the sofa. See, I just did it, jumping on the couch. And Katie Holmes, when the camera cuts to her backstage, she looks very awkward. One thing that I always found very curious about the whole Katie Holmes, I mean, there's many, many things actually that I find curious, but one of the things that I found really strange, even in the beginning, was they obviously have like this age gap, and Katie Holmes isn't a Scientologist and all of that. But there was some interview that Katie Holmes did when she was in like the early seasons of Dawson's Creek. And in the interview, they basically asked her who she had like as a poster in her bedroom. And she said, Tom Cruise. Any other situation, I would say there's no way that played a role or something. But honestly, I wouldn't put anything past Scientology that there's even the possibility that someone saw this and thought, oh, this is a younger brunette that he would probably like, that we can rope in. So who knows how they came up with the option of Katie Holmes, but that's what we're going to dive into next, because things go really off the rails when it comes to Katie Holmes. And this is also the time period where, according to Leah Remini, Tom Cruise was getting really aggressive and angry with the other celebrity Scientologists because they weren't bringing in any other new celebrities to Scientology. And one thing about Tom Cruise that a lot of celebrities or people that have dealt with him behind the scenes say is that he is a fake nice guy and John Travolta is an actual nice guy. I've only met John Travolta once for like 5 minutes when he was at I used to run like the big AMC cinemas in Tampa when I was in university, and I had the Woodlands one for a while, and then I had Veterans and West Shore, and anyone in Tampa will know those ones. The Woodlands one was Scientology's cinema, and so we used to run tons of their events, and anytime a Tom Cruise movie came out, he used to take them all to see it, and he'd rent out like tons of theaters. So that was usually like my interactions with him. And he used to come like with his kids too. He was there all the time. And they would show up in buses, and they all used to get the same thing. I think I've told this story before on the channel, but they all got mozzarella sticks and Sprites, and they all had the uniform on all the time. So when we would see the buses pull up, be on the radio like, the Scientologists are here, fire the mozzarella sticks. I have been going back and forth whether to add this extra little anecdote in about my dealings with Cruz and the Scientologists, because I have told it once before on the channel, but I know not everybody watches every single video, and it is really funny, and it's short. But this happened my first or second day, I can't remember which, and I wasn't actually in charge yet. This is when I was training, and it happened at Woodlands, which is the Scientology cinema where they would all go. They always rented out our theaters constant. Every time a Tom Cruise movie came out, they were there, and they would rent out multiple theaters. That's a 12 screen cinema, and they used to rent out like 8 of them. This was happening when the theaters were all going through the transition from old school like film reel to going into just like digital, and it being just a thumb drive. So in case you have never been like upstairs in a movie theater, you know, they have the big massive projectors, and these like the ones with reels, like this is what's called a trailer pack. So this is actually the first Hunger Games. And what the Scientologists used to do is, because they were there like just want to watch the Tom Cruise movie, so they would all go into the theaters, and what we would do is we would have maybe like 2 or 3 copies of the movie, and we would connect all the projectors. So you would hit run on one of them, and it would literally be, I mean, today kind of like, oh, casting, you know, it's playing the same thing. And in a movie theater, obviously, like the booth is upstairs, it's really big up there, and there's like not much up there apart from reels. And so the Scientologists come in, and this is when like everybody's explaining to me like, oh, you know, the Scientologists come, and like, you know, it was Tom Cruise, it was like cool too. You could tell that he enjoys being the center of attention and stuff. And I mean, like, don't we all, honestly? So he was, again, very nice. And so they all went into the theater, and everything's going fine. We're all like standing in like this concession stand, and we're all standing like in front of it, and they're again like explaining everything to me. And we just hear over the radio like manager like shouting. We're like, what the hell's going on? And the one of the managers is everything okay? What's happening? And you could just hear one of the kids like absolutely like panting. I started the wrong movie. I started the wrong movie. They had started the movie Zach and Mindy Make a Porno, and obviously they were not impressed with that. But the reason it wasn't cool, and this actually answers a question that Louis Theroux and Joe Rogan were talking about. Joe Rogan asked, or like was just kind of mentioning this to Louis Theroux when he went on Joe Rogan's podcast for talking about his Scientology movie, and they were talking about movies and things like that. And Joe Rogan was like, oh, I wonder if they watch the trailers. They don't. They asked to have them removed. And so the kids normally, the kids like younger people, a lot younger people work at the movies. And so they normally will start the movie, and they'll stand there and watch it for a few minutes, and a lot of the time the managers will also go in. It usually will be like, oh, this is the Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 2. The Hunger Games trailer should be on this. Okay, it is. Good to go. But Scientologists asked to have the trailers taken out. They asked to have everything removed. So it's just the movie. So, and that movie starts with a graphic scene. So it wasn't even, oh, it's the credits or something. So it was a disaster, but luckily it was only in a few of them. It wasn't in all of them, but they were fine. They were fine eventually. Like it wasn't anything too bad. They did stop it like pretty much straight away. But from the next time onwards, I was always dealing with that, and so Tom Cruise would always deal with me, and like all the other Scientologists again was very nice to me. And this is when I didn't know as much about Scientology. I just kind of knew from living in Tampa. And again, this is like pre Leah Remini, pre her show, pre everything. And he used to invite me to like the center sometimes. Other people that were like all the Scientologists were there in their uniform, and they would give me little pamphlets and things. And yeah, it was a very, very interesting side note to working there. And I'm going to add one of the tiny, tiny, very short anecdote. Short. Tom Cruise is not short. Everybody's like, oh, he's like this really tiny guy. He's really not. I mean, maybe it's because I'm so short. I'm like 5'2". He's like 5'7" or 5'8", which I do not think is short. Yes, he's not 6 foot, but he's really not. He's dated taller women, but yeah, he's really not that short. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed those little anecdotes. I would really be interested in knowing if they still go to the Tampa AMCs. I did text a few like old colleagues to see if they knew anyone who still worked there, because I don't know anyone that still works there. You know, it was like well over 10 years ago. And I still go to those AMCs all the time. I took a picture in it the other day because I was there and I knew I was making making this video. But I'd also be super interested to know, because every single movie at AMC starts with a freaking Nicole Kidman advertisement. So I'm sure they might request to have that taken off as well. But we used to put that in, like the little AMC, logo and stuff. And I'm sure they wouldn't be happy about taking that off. But it's Tom Cruise, and they do give a lot of business, so I'm sure they might. But that would be so funny. Can you imagine the first time they sat down and the Nicole Kidman advertisement played? Oh, perfect. Anyway, I've gone off on several tangents within my tangents, but you know what you are dealing with over here. So back to past me. They were always obviously very nice, but Tom Cruise was always super, super nice to me, like really went out of his way. But obviously, seen so many celebrities behind the scenes that there's the mask and then there's what really goes on behind the scenes. So I'm sure my experience with him, because it was in like a public facing thing and he's coming into our business, he was full mask on. But again, according to people like Leah Remini and other celebrities who have been able to take a peek behind the scenes and behind the mask, they say that he is not the way he portrays himself to be. Although, as I said, I've always heard really nice things about John Travolta, and it seems as though he is someone that is more trapped in Scientology because of allegedly what they know about him, and because he's really never been able to live the way he wants to live. And I always hear, I mean, everybody always hears these rumors that so-and-so is leaving, so-and-so is leaving. And Leah Remini said this a lot. And I've also heard just other people I know and ex-Scientologists say this, that unless it actually is coming out of the celebrity's mouth or they have left, and even sometimes there's some celebrities that say they've left that they haven't, it's not actually happening, because you'll hear this rumor all the time, Tom Cruise is leaving Scientology, and it usually coincides with when he has a big movie coming out, because they want to provide some sort of justification for people to go, because some people look at Tom Cruise and they're like, I don't want to support his movie because of what he's involved with and all of these horrendous things that Scientology is allegedly doing. But if they hear, oh, maybe he's leaving, then that might just be the little justification or nudge that people can then go and see the movie. And I honestly really wouldn't be surprised if that was some sort of built-in thing for his movie's marketing and PR. So when Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes started dating in May 2005, it was big news and very talked about, especially after Cruise's appearance on Oprah. Through 2005, Cruise at this time was doing the movie War of the Worlds, and that is the same movie that he took Nazanin to the set of. War of the Worlds came out on June 23rd, 2005, and there was a lot of behind the scenes stuff that was spoken about in the media about this movie and also by people in the industry. And this movie was probably the film that Scientology invaded the most at that time. There was a lot of tension around some of Cruise's demands, especially the erection of a Scientology tent on the actual set. And they were filming this on the Universal lot, which doesn't allow any sort of religious affiliation like that. Most of the tension was between Steven Spielberg, the director, and Cruise, the star. And there's a very good article in The Telegraph that actually didn't come out until 2019. And of course, that's linked below. But the nuts and bolts were that while they were getting ready to film and everything prior to actually being on the set, Spielberg was pretty happy with Cruise, his dedication, how he worked as an actor, and they also had done Minority Report together, so they really were looking forward to this. They thought this was going to be a huge movie. So when Tom Cruise requested this Scientology 10, Spielberg actually intervened and he was allowed to put it up. So although everything started fine, throughout filming, there was a lot of tension that just escalated throughout the course of production, and a lot of this came from Cruise, his Scientology team, and just Scientology's general presence on the set. There was two major issues that are mainly referenced, and one definitely happened, and the other has been backed up by a lot of multiple sources that worked on the production. The one that we don't know absolutely that happened was the rumor that Scientology had their eyes set on Steven Spielberg. Allegedly, they wanted to use the production and Cruise's relationship to bring him into Scientology. And this was allegedly ruined by the screenwriter Paul Haggis, who at this time was a Scientologist. He was a Scientologist for about 30 years, but he has now left and he has spoken out a lot about Scientology. He was a source for the expose book I mentioned in the beginning, Going Clear, which also famously became a HBO documentary by Alex Gibney, who also did the Elisabeth Holmes Out for Blood in Silicon Valley. And Haggis is also in the Alex Gibney HBO documentary too. Prior to the tensions, Spielberg apparently said on the set, "Oh, I've met these Scientologists and they seem like the nicest people." And Haggis replied to him, "Yeah, we keep the evil ones in the closet," obviously joking. But Cruise heard this, or someone told him, and he was not impressed. And Haggis was called down to the Scientology Celebrity Center in LA and was reprimanded for this joke. As filming went on, things got more and more tense with Cruise and Spielberg, and just in general on the set. It was a lot of things just building up over time, and there was also just bizarre behavior that Spielberg was witnessing from everything to do with Scientology. And the incident that allegedly soured Spielberg on Cruise, because they have never worked together again after this movie, was an incident where, this is all according to Lawrence Wright, who again wrote the book Going Clear, and Lawrence said in a New Yorker article that one day, within earshot of Tom Cruise, Spielberg had explained to someone else how a member of his extended family had sought out a psychiatrist and was really impressed by the results, and it had really helped them. Several days after this, the Church of Scientology staged a protest outside the doctor that Spielberg had referenced helping his family member. Cruise swore to Spielberg that he knew nothing about this. Spielberg, who is apparently pretty laid back, was inclined to let this go, but his wife, Kate Capshaw, was absolutely furious, and this is allegedly one of the main reasons they've never worked together again. For anyone from my original channel or any of my Grey's Anatomy fans out there, Kate Capshaw is the mother of Jessica Capshaw, who plays Arizona Robbins on Grey's Anatomy, or used to, and Jessica Capshaw actually had a small part in her stepfather and Cruise's first film together, Minority Report. But these issues didn't end when filming ended, because things only got worse when they went into the publicity window of War of the Worlds. As I said, it was War of the Worlds that Tom Cruise was supposed to be promoting when he went on Oprah. And if I asked you when we talked about the Oprah couch jumping, or even when I just said Oprah couch jumping, you definitely don't think War of the Worlds, because he spoke about his relationship the whole time. There was barely mention of the movie. But what is the other most famous Tom Cruise interview? If you said the Matt Lauer interview, then 10 points to Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, whichever house you're in. And I know that's such a millennial thing to say, but Matt Lauer and Tom Cruise, the interview that they did was supposed to again be promoting War of the Worlds. And this interview, it was an absolute train wreck for Cruise and Scientology, because at least the Oprah interview, people, while they thought he was behaving like a lunatic, it wasn't scary lunatic. The Matt Lauer one absolutely was. You have to also remember, at this time, the public didn't really know much about Scientology. The general public really knew nothing, to be honest. And at this time, it was the summer of 2005, so the South Park episode hadn't even aired. People really knew, oh, this is just something Tom Cruise is in. All of these people like Mike Rinder and Leah Remini and everyone else, all the YouTube channels, the Headleys, Aaron, none of these people were out of Scientology, or at least speaking out then. And people just didn't know about many of the atrocities that we discussed today when it comes to Scientology. So people just thought it was this kind of wacky, zany club that Tom Cruise was in. They didn't think of Scientology like we do now. But this Matt Lauer and Tom Cruise interview really changed a lot of people's opinion about Cruise and the entire institution of Scientology. I will, of course, show clips, but in case you haven't seen the interview, Tom Cruise basically loses his shit with Matt Lauer over psychiatry. And this was all spurred on by Cruise's previous attack of Brooke Shields. Brooke Shields had spoken out about how antidepressants had really helped her with her postpartum depression. And as this is a medication for something mental health, psychiatry-wise, Tom Cruise absolutely despises this. And as I said earlier, Scientologists view psychiatrists, therapists, anyone in the mental health field as murderers. He first spoke about Brooke Shields and antidepressants, and then he went on to Ritalin and Adderall and any mind-altering medications, as he put it. And he just said they are all horrendous. And the only other little bit of context that you need is this aspect in Scientology called hatting. Scientologists don't really believe in education, as far as I know from listening to ex-Scientologists, and they think that Scientology makes them more knowledgeable than any professional, someone who studied something, doctors, especially psychiatrists. And hatting is basically when you get signed off by Scientology as having had the training to successfully perform whatever function is required of a specific job. I work in the medical field, and I've had ex-Scientologists joke to me that Scientologists would probably think they can get hatted as a surgeon. So as I said, I will show you some clips, but Tom Cruise and Scientologists work under this assumption that basically if you read a few books and papers, it qualifies you more than a psychiatrist. And also keep in mind, they can't really use Google or the internet because a lot of them, well, anyone in the Sea Org isn't allowed on the internet or doesn't have a phone. But even people like Leah Remini, who were celebrities and out working on the set of King of Queens and all of that, she said that they are just told, do not go on the internet, do not look at these things, because the Scientology higher ups worry that if people are out there on the internet, they're going to see things like this where we're talking about everything awful about Scientology. The first half of the interview, they briefly speak about War of the Worlds, but it's way more about his new relationship with Katie Holmes. And just like the Oprah one, they keep cutting to behind the camera where Katie Holmes is sitting off to the side. When Katie Holmes and Cruise started dating, Katie Holmes kind of disappeared as an individual and her career pretty much stopped. She just really became Tom Cruise's girlfriend. The first half of this interview, Cruise is smiling and joking and laughing and saying he's never been happier, but in a second he switches, and the entire second half of the interview, it is him completely unhinged, and he attacks Brooke Shields. He goes off on everything I said about antidepressants, Ritalin, Adderall, and for almost 8 minutes, exactly half of the interview, he just goes on a tirade about how well researched he is and how everyone should just exercise their mental health issues away and use vitamins to treat their disorders. Tom Cruise got destroyed when this interview came out by comedians and sketch shows, and also the way it was delivered, because he just kept saying, Matt, 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 you're glib, Matt, Matt. And he just, the way his body language, everything about it, it comes across like a little bit scary the way he's behaving. Of course, this is long before any accusations came out about Matt Lauer, and this is one of the examples of what I mean when I say, please do not take me using someone as a source or an interview or something I'm showing of someone as me approving or endorsing this person. I provide all of the information in the sources so everyone can go and look at all of the information and everyone else, because if every source I used, I included some paragraph about all the information about Matt Lauer and what he did and everything, I mean, everybody knows my videos are long enough as it is, and especially this one, because Scientology has so many insane elements. I think I could do a 10-part series with 2-hour episodes each about Scientology. So War of the Worlds comes out and it made good money, but it wasn't the usual Spielberg juggernaut. And this movie was promoted and spoken about like it was going to be this huge box office record-breaking film. A lot of people also had some discussions around what they thought were Scientology, I don't really know what to call it, like Easter eggs in the film. So this also put people off a little bit after all of the press. And 2005 in general was just not a good year for Cruise, apart from meeting and starting dating Katie Holmes. His 2005 kicked off with all the Nazanin stuff, and prior to all of this bad interviews with War of the Worlds coming out, there actually was another incident, because just a little bit prior, a month maybe before the War of the Worlds stuff, Cruise and David Miscavige and all of Scientology really were up in arms because Cruise had received this Freedom Medal of Valor from Scientology. And this was something that was basically made up for Cruise. Claire Headley, who worked directly for David Miscavige and was very high up, before she escaped, she said that she worked on the video of this ceremony, and she said it was such a huge deal that they actually spent 6 hours just editing a few seconds where Cruise and Miscavige salute each other. So when this video leaks online of Cruise being given this medal and the saluting and the whole situation, it also spread like wildfire, and Scientology was scrambling to take it down. But as we always talk about in this channel, the internet is forever, and especially YouTube had just come out. It was being shared like crazy, along with the interviews a few months later. Scientology has tried to get many of their past videos taken down, ones like this where it's at their events or even some of their classes and things, and this whole they can't really get stuff taken down and the internet's forever is actually the reason why they don't use real Scientologists in their promotional materials anymore. Because can you imagine if they used a Leah Remini in a video, and now because they spend tons, millions and millions on all of their production, and so they spend an absolute fortune shooting 5-10 videos with Leah Remini, and then she leaves and they can never use it again. So that's why now they just don't use any Scientologists that are active, not even celebrities, and they will just use actors and put casting calls out. And that also acts as a way to suck people in, because a lot of actors will come and audition for the parts and they'll be like, oh, look, we have Tom Cruise and we've helped Leah Remini and all these people get their career started. Oh, you don't have to be in the religion. Like, this is just an acting class and it's just another gateway to get in. I've actually left in the sources a video by someone who got sucked into Scientology this way. They went in originally to get help with starting their acting career because Scientology had actually put a lot of ads in audition pages and things like that. And so he went and they were showing all the celebrities that were in Scientology, and he joined that way. And his video is really good. So I've got it in the sources below. Just prior to the War of the Worlds premiere, there was another disastrous interview, and this time it was with Peter Overton. This one also went viral because Cruise again spoke about Scientology, and he actually went off on Peter Overton, telling him he was out of line when he was speaking about certain elements of Scientology. There was an incident then at the actual premiere of War of the Worlds, and keep in mind this is when Punks was really big and celebrities were being pranked at little award shows and red carpets and interviews, and Cruise was being interviewed on the red carpet and the interviewer shot him with a water pistol. He was not impressed and again went completely off on the interviewer and ended up filing a police report about the water pistol incident. So after the summer in 2005, Cruise was not looking very good. He was looking pretty unhinged. Vanity Fair did a cover story in August 2005 that was titled, "Has Tom Cruise Lost His Marbles?" And it's actually next to impossible to find this story now. Then in November 2005, as I mentioned earlier, South Park aired their Scientology episode. So things were really not looking good for Cruise and Scientology. So why was there this massive change in 2005? And why was there a massive pivot after 2005? This is my own speculation because, as anyone knows who watches my videos, I like to try and look into and try and predict and explain celebrity PR strategies. In 2004, Cruise's publicist of 14 years, Pat Kingsley, resigned, and Cruise hired his sister, Leanne, who has, as far as I can tell, never had any experience at all with being a publicist, and she's also a Scientologist. Whether Cruise was just doing whatever he wanted, or whether it was his sister kind of egging him on to talk about Scientology because she is as well, this was just the year of unhingedness, and it came to a swift close, and his sister left the role after the South Park episode, just coincidentally, apparently. And then he ended up bringing in an experienced publicist, Paul Block, and then it was damage control time. Over 2006, Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes were absolutely shoved down people's throats in the sense of, look at us, we're so wholesome, and they had their daughter Suri, and when she was born, it seemed like a lot of the backlash Tom Cruise received from all of these interviews and odd behavior and all the Scientology videos coming out, that seemed to fade away the more and more baby content was pushed out. There were other carefully curated parts to this PR plan as well once the professional publicist was back in control. Cruise surprisingly issued an apology to Brooke Shields, which I'm sure was done through gritted teeth. I know a lot of people actually ask about Tom Cruise's teeth because they notice something is ever so slightly off, but just can't put their finger on it. And in case you've always wondered what it is, he actually has a midline shift, which pretty much everyone, like 96% of people, they have a line that basically goes down the middle of their face, and your two front teeth, the centrals, the line where they're joined together, that runs down the middle of your face. But when you have a midline shift, the line is slightly to the right or slightly to the left, and this just creates that tiny little shift. Another person that we just spoke about on this channel, Amberlynn Reed, actually has this as well, but it is extremely difficult, costly, painful, time-consuming, and extensive to correct, so most people don't. So after Cruise's apology, there was tons of baby content pushed out. He shut up about Scientology. He desperately, and Scientology and all his people were trying to pull down all these YouTube videos that had gone out about him, especially the Scientology ones. Plenty of stage paparazzi pictures were just flowing out constantly. And he also tried to sue several magazines that were writing stories about him. All of this is going on, and the last masterstroke in this PR image cleanup was to prove to the world that Tom Cruise was still a massive A-lister who was accepted by all of the best in the business. And what better way to do this than to have a massive wedding with a who's guest list. Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes got married in Italy in 2006, and Scientologists were calling this the wedding of the century. Leah Remini has said that this event was built around proving that Tom Cruise was still this big star who everyone at the top of their industries adored, even though he was a Scientologist and doing all these things in 2005. They invited so many people that they didn't even know to this because they just wanted the publicity of whomever this person was going. For example, Leah Remini has spoken about being told to invite her very close friend Jennifer Lopez. Scientology was very present at the wedding too, of course, and they even tried to extend their reach into non-Scientologists. I mentioned earlier about Scientologists not being allowed to be on the internet and not allowed to look at certain things and certain stories, watch certain movies. And this also goes for the subject of Tom Cruise. They don't want Scientologists reading anything that could possibly deviate from the story they tell them about Tom Cruise, which is he's saving the planet. Leah Remini mentioned that on the flight to Italy, Scientology officials tried to take Jennifer Lopez's Us Weekly and In Touch magazines just in case there was something in there bad about David Miscavige or Tom Cruise. And of course, Jennifer Lopez said, this is a 12.5-hour flight, you're not taking my fucking magazines. David Miscavige was Cruise's best man, but strangely, Miscavige's wife, Shelley, who most Scientologists had never seen Miscavige without, wasn't at the wedding of the century. Leah Remini asked where Shelley was, and she was severely reprimanded and punished for doing so, as she was told she didn't have the rank to ask this question. She was sent to the flag headquarters in Clearwater, Florida for 3 months during the King of Queens hiatus to do her penance. Every single day, she had to go and explain why she was having evil thoughts against Tom Cruise and David Miscavige, all over asking this one question. This decision to punish Remini would severely backfire, as this was one of the things that lit the fuse that would lead to Leah Remini blowing out of Scientology. Blowing out is how Scientologists refer to people leaving Scientology in a manner in which they cannot return. Aside from the fact that Shelley Miscavige wasn't at this wedding, the other significant thing to go on to have a lot of impact years down the road was that there was something implemented at the wedding by Katie Holmes' father. Her father is a lawyer, and according to many ex-Scientologists, her father never had any confusion about what sort of organization Scientology was and who Cruise was. He structured a settlement agreement should Holmes and Cruise divorce that was ironclad, and the physical paperwork was reported to fill 5 banker boxes. This ironclad prenup was allegedly done because Katie Holmes got pregnant. Allegedly, according to the Vanity Fair article, What Katie Didn't Know, Katie Holmes' father was actually trying to get her away from Cruise and Scientology because he was so concerned. This is in the very beginning of their relationship. Martin Holmes spoke to multiple people, including media outlets. At this time, Mark Headley, who had escaped Scientology with his wife Claire, was working at Life and Style magazine as a Scientology expert. Mark was told by the editors of the magazine that they had a source who said Martin Holmes wanted advice on how Katie Holmes could escape Scientology's clutches. Headley's advice was to speak out publicly against Scientology and then be labeled a suppressive person so that his daughter would have to choose between her father and Cruise. The editorial editor, Jared Shapiro, has also confirmed what Mark Headley said. After Headley gave his advice, Katie became pregnant, and Headley was told, forget it. Martin Holmes is going to write a prenup and Katie will be taken care of. For the next 6 years, Tomcat was pumped out by the paparazzi shots. They were having their pictures taken constantly, and Tom Cruise's whole PR package plan was basically made up of 2 things. One, I am this macho action star doing these dangerous stunts, which, yes, it's cool to do your own stunts, but sets are incredibly safe places. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I have either been in or been talking to someone, joking with someone about the safety meetings that need to be held when there is a lit candle in a scene. Not even someone lighting a candle, just a candle being in a scene that's lit. You have to have a whole meeting, and there has to be the whole, this is where the fire extinguisher is, and it's a whole thing. Working on sets is, especially big, huge productions like Universal and Paramount, it's extremely safe. And that's why when there is something that goes wrong on a set, it's huge news because it really doesn't happen on these huge productions very much. The other stuff pushed by his PR during this time, the second thing, is all of these staged pictures of him, Suri, and Katie. It was this, we are this perfect family, I am this wholesome husband and perfect father. I mean, there wasn't a grocery store magazine that didn't have Tomcat in it in 2006, 2007. I'd be willing to bet money on that. The vast majority of these stage pictures and a lot of the content in these grocery store magazines, a lot of that is done for money. The celebrities will do the pictures with their iPhone showing or their Coca-Cola can with the label perfectly turned around, and they're being paid. It's like an influencer being sponsored. And of course, you know, none of it gets disclosed, just like a lot of influencers. But Tom Cruise, it's not about the money. And some of those people that are constantly doing the pap walks and things like that, they are trying to keep their name relevant because maybe they haven't worked for a while or they're trying to get cast in something. But Tom Cruise, it's more about always having this perception of this macho movie star, this doting father, perfect husband, so that when the next Mission Impossible comes out, that people want to go and see it, because he is one of those last really big movie stars that usually his movie is going to do really good. It's going to be an action movie most of the time now, and people kind of know what they're going to get. And the movie studios do too. That's why he's one of the highest paid actors in the world, because he is this package. And a lot of that package isn't just the movie and the couple of interviews you do it before. It's always going on. It's always being put together and tailored. And what do people think through PR, through marketing? Because most celebrities, I know a lot of people sometimes be like, oh, that's PR, that's PR. Most celebrities, unless they're huge A-listers, certainly influencers, don't always have PR. They will get PR if they're having a project come out or if they're going through a crisis, which is what a lot of the influencers get PR for. But someone like Tom Cruise, he will have a PR team like Ashton Amila and people like that, where they just always are working on their public appeal and how they're being seen. It's why people like Ashton Amila and Tomcat when they were together, and Kristen Bell and Dax Shepard and Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively, all of these people, they use their relationship too to feed into this whole narrative about being this perfect movie star and this dream couple. The way marketing and PR is done has changed so much in the last several decades, especially the last 10 years, where social media is so immersed in people's lives now. And the way movies or anything is promoted, or even how celebrities are putting themselves out there, is just so different than how it was in the 90s, say. In the 90s, if Julia Roberts is putting out a movie, you see her for a couple of interviews before the project comes out, and throughout the year you might see the odd couple of pictures or interview in a magazine. But now we are completely immersed in this celebrity world via social media and the internet. And with social media, we have access like we've never had access before. So it is just on a scale that is completely different today. I really think Tomcat was some of the initial building blocks of what has become the Ryan Reynolds and Dax Shepard and Kristen Bell, and formerly Ashton Amila, but we know that's not going too well for them at the moment. And if you want to know more about that, I have some videos on that I'll leave linked above and down below. So by 2012, Cruise had come a long way from 2005. Everything seemed to be going perfectly. He'd had tons more hits at the box office. He had a 6-year-old daughter. He had Casey Holmes, Scientology. He'd shut up about it, and he was living the life of a king via Scientology. But unfortunately for Cruise and fortunately for Holmes, things didn't stay that way. And in 2012, out of nowhere, Casey Holmes played her trump card in an unbelievable way. In 2012, Casey Holmes shocked the world when she filed for divorce from Tom Cruise. Scientology and Cruise were also shocked. Holmes was extremely smart with not only how she divorced Cruise, but how she extracted herself and her daughter from Scientology's clutches. And that seems to be in large part thanks to her father. And I'm going to steal a good line from Maura Orth's Vanity Fair article. It turns out that at Tomcat's wedding, the best man wasn't David Miscavige, who was Tom Cruise's best man. The best man was Casey Holmes' dad. Her dad, who was a lawyer, lawyer not only knew what he was dealing with when it came to Scientology, but it seems Holmes also saw what happened with Nicole Kidman and her kids. Martin Holmes set his daughter's prenuptial agreement up so well that after Casey Holmes filed, and she filed in New York so the divorce would remain sealed, the divorce was dealt with and finalized in 11 days, which is unheard of for a divorce. Absolutely unheard of for a divorce with a child, and insanely unheard of for a divorce with a child and between two very rich actors, one of which is one of the biggest movie stars in the world. Although it was considered a high asset divorce, of course, because Cruise at this time in 2012 was estimated to be worth over 250 million, but it was made a lot simpler because Casey Holmes decided her freedom was more important than money, as she didn't ask for any spousal support. A lot of the headlines reported that she got 5 million or over 4 million, but that's not true. She had no spousal support given, but she did receive 400,000 per year in child support for Surrey, and as she was 6 at the time, it was for 12 years, and by the time Surrey reached 18, obviously it ended. So for those 12 years, it totaled up to about 4.8 million. And with this, Casey received full custody of Surrey. I'm sure given Surrey was so paraded in the media that they needed constant security and things like that. So I'm sure some of that money went to security. Additionally, Cruise also agreed to pay all of Surrey's healthcare and educational costs and also set up a trust fund for her, which she'd be able to access to some degree on her 18th birthday, which coincidentally was just a few weeks ago from when I'm making this video. But she's not actually able to access the full funds until she reaches her 30s. I'm going to speculate here, but I know a lot of other people have talked about this, honestly, since this divorce happened, but I think that Casey Holmes saw how Connor and Isabella spoke about Nicole, saw their fractured arm's length relationship with Nicole Kidman, and saw how deep they were in Scientology. And obviously, she did not want to be married to Cruise anymore. She didn't want to be anywhere near Scientology, and she didn't want her daughter anywhere near Scientology. So I think all of those things, especially the Connor and Isabella relationship with their mother, Nicole Kidman, caused Holmes to not only divorce Cruise, but to do it in this way where she literally love bombed him and pretended everything was fine, and then moved out when he was at a movie set so that there was no way that Scientology could intervene or someone else could intervene. And his whole household, as I've said, is filled with Scientology people. That's all that works for him. So they maybe could have intervened in some other way. So she really did everything smart to completely extract herself and get out free. And honestly, we know that last part about wanting to get Surrey away from Scientology is true because Tom Cruise admitted it himself. So it's the next day because last night when I finished recording this entire video, I had the rest of my footage corrupt from this point onwards. So I'm re-recording the last third-ish the next day. And I was hoping to post this tomorrow, Monday, the 11th of November. So if you see it on the 12th, then that's the reason why. Hopefully the 12th anyway. So as I was saying, Cruise actually admitted in a lawsuit that I don't really see a lot of people mentioning this, that he actually did say Casey Holmes, one of her main reasonings, if not the number one reason for her divorcing Cruise, was to get her daughter away from Scientology's grasp. This came out in a lawsuit because Cruise actually sued a pair of magazines that were jointly owned for 50 million. And one of these magazines was the aforementioned Life and Style, and the other one was In Touch. And they're both part of the Bauer publishing
production company. Cruise sued the magazines for printing stories saying that he had abandoned his daughter. And during this deposition, Cruise was asked by one of the magazine's attorneys whether one of the reasons Holmes left him was to, quote, protect Surrey from Scientology. According to the transcripts of Cruise's September 9th, 2013 videotape deposition, he replied, quote, "Did she say that? That was one of the assertions, yes." This lawsuit was settled in November 2013, and the details were not made public. The lawsuit was pretty much settled exactly 1 year after their divorce, and during this first year, Cruise literally became the definition of a Disneyland dad, as he would literally pick Surrey up once in a while and fly her in a helicopter and take her to Disney. And of course, all of this was highly documented in the media with lots of staged paparazzi pictures. Interestingly, after the divorce, Surrey has not really been shown in the media. Of course, there's random pictures here and there that outlets will take from social media or from some schooling thing that she's a part of. And if she's out with her mother and there's actually real paparazzi pictures, she'll obviously be photographed with her sometimes, but it's nowhere near, it's not even close to what was going on when Surrey was with Cruise and Holmes and they were together. After this lawsuit was settled, the lawsuit that was filed against these people for saying Cruise abandoned his daughter, he did exactly that, allegedly. A lot of people will say the reason he did sever his entire relationship with his daughter was because Katie Holmes is an SP, a suppressive person. But according to a lot of ex-Scientologists, that isn't true, and it's for two reasons. One, apparently this doesn't apply for any children under 18. I've heard several former Scientologists, even some on YouTube, and say that if the child is under 18, it doesn't matter what the other parent is. If the Scientologist has a kid and the kid is under 18, if the other parent is a Scientologist in bad standing, a non-Scientologist, ex-Scientologist, or an SP, they are still allowed to see the child up until their 18th birthday, and that is when things change. But even regardless of that reasoning, the second reason makes it even more clear. Tom Cruise could see Surrey because Cruise does not have the same rules as everyone else. Tom Cruise does not have any rules at all. There are countless examples of Scientology treating Cruise as not just a celebrity, but as a literal king. Leah Remini, who of course was another celebrity Scientologist, she's spoken about the fact that every day after she got off work from the King of Queens, she would go from the set every day for 2.5 hours to the Scientology Celebrity Center and study, as all Scientologists are required to do every day. And they also have to do it at the Scientology Center, no other place. But there's exceptions for Tom Cruise, and there's countless other examples of this. There's a video in the sources of Leah's that's called What Scientology Did for Jim Carrey, Will Smith, and Tom Cruise, and it's really a video that she goes over a lot of these exceptions and how Tom Cruise is never going to leave Scientology because he's not just treated like an A-list celebrity, he is treated like a king, and he would just never get that anywhere else. And why would he leave when his life is perfect and it is just feeding in to his ego in this way that nothing else and no one else ever could?
There's been so many examples of this over the years, with members of the Sea Organization working at Tom Cruise's hangar, for example, doing massive upgrades and renovations at no cost to Tom Cruise, but yes, using tax-exempt dollars from Scientology.
And the way that they justify this, the way David Miscavige justifies this, is Tom is representing Scientology. And so these expenses are justified in their mind, because if Tom doesn't look good, then Scientology doesn't look good.
That's
Right.
right.
And if
And if
Scientology doesn't
Tom's
look
not
good, yeah,
happy, he's not
yeah,
going to be out there promoting
mhm,
Scientology as
or
the
recruiting,
greatest
yeah,
disseminator of Scientology in the history of the universe.
The
And
bottom line is, according to all the ex-Scientologists, is that Tom Cruise was the one to decide not to have a relationship with his daughter. It wasn't Scientology stopping him. He was never seen again with his daughter. And when she turned 18 just last month, she actually dropped the last name Cruise, and she's now using her mother's middle name as her last name. So we're going to move on to the other celebrities in Scientology, and also the celebrities that Tom Cruise has tried to bring into Scientology. But I do just want to make a kind of prediction. And if you watch this channel frequently, you know I make a lot of predictions. I'm riding high after my last one, because in my Ashton and Mila video, I said Sean Combs was going to be arrested very soon. And I posted that video, and one day later, Diddy was arrested. But this one, I'm not too sure what the reasoning is, but I just know that I think something is coming. I wanted to shout out my friend Evelyn Dar, as I wouldn't have probably seen this article, as this is in one of the like grocery store magazines, and I don't usually use those as sources unless it's for like a relationship timeline or a specific quote, just because so much of it is PR fluff or lies from celebrities. So the article is in Touch that I want to reference, and it's called "Tom Cruise is Living Like a Working Class Actor, Bankrolling Scientology." Honestly, I think everything we've spoken about in this video, it's clear to see that there is no way on earth, in my opinion, Tom Cruise is living like anything working class. Does Tom Cruise donate millions of dollars to Scientology? Absolutely. It's whale donors like Cruise and like the Nancy Cartwrights from The Simpsons that are bankrolling Scientology and keeping it so rich. But as I've said several times, Tom Cruise doesn't live like a celebrity. He lives like a king. He is saluted by the entire staff at a property when he is arriving. He lives in the absolute lap of luxury that is supported and staffed by Scientology and their tax-exempt money. And to even suggest working class, do they really think people are going to buy this? I have no idea why they are putting this out. Usually things like this start coming out because it's either damage control, and that would be what Ashton and Mila have been doing over the past couple of months with putting their kids out in the press, because they've always said they would never show their kids' faces, never talk about their kids, never put them out there, because their kids' privacy wasn't theirs to give away. They said that even before their kids were born. But now they're taking their kids to all these huge events and splashing their faces everywhere and saying, "Meet Ashton and Mila's kids," because they're trying to make people forget they wrote character letters trying to get a lesser sentence for Ashton's best friend, Danny Masterson, the Scientologist serial rapist. And they're also trying to distract from the fact that Ashton Kutcher was also besties with Diddy. There isn't really anything right now that would need damage control. There was a lot of talk around Suri and Cruise not seeing her, and would he see her, because she did just turn 18. But I don't think that that warrants something like this, because that conversation has already died down. Outside of damage control, it usually is just PR fluff because there's a project or something coming out. But this is so specific and so tied to like him personally, and trying to make him seem humble and down to earth. And maybe it is just trying to do that because the way now that PR is done I did reference this a little bit earlier. It's just so different now because since especially 2020 and because the economy and, the world is fucking on fire, nobody wants to see these crazy ostentatious displays of wealth like the Kardashians and things like that. People want relatability. It's why you can even see it on YouTube. People are turning away from these people running around spending insane money and all that very highly produced stuff. People are wanting to go back to what YouTube is, which is lunatics in their spare room sitting here with their cat talking to a camera. And it's why even you see someone like D'Angelo Wallace, I know a lot lately, he's been saying, oh, it's just someone talking in their room like YouTube used to be. And I know a lot of people have been really craving that more just relatable factor. Like that is the whole appeal of YouTube, that it's normal people. And I see celebrities trying to build this in, but it doesn't work with celebrities unless they are doing it in a way that it's not, oh, I'm just like you. They do it in the way that like Adele does, where she has no filter and says really funny things and is down to earth, even though she is insanely rich. But when they do things like this, or like the Kardashians and some of the crap that they come out with, it just looks ridiculous. So I don't think it's that, because Tom Cruise has never been concerned with being relatable or anything like that, and everybody knows he is such a huge star. So I do think it's damage control, but there's nothing right now that needs damage control like this. So that means there's probably something coming down the pipeline soon that does require some sort of damage control, and this is probably just the padding to begin with to build it up. So I definitely think by the end of the year, I wouldn't be surprised if there is something that comes out really significant about either Cruise, one of his kids, or about Scientology that has some sort of big celebrity element tied in. Breaking news update. I have a few breaking news updates, but it's Wednesday, the 13th of November. I really hope that you're going to see this in a few hours, because I filmed this bit at the weekend. This is relevant. The Saturday night, like very late, going into the Sunday morning, this bit that you're watching. And then there was just this article about that I'm referencing about the PR stuff. But over the past few days, there's been even more of these fluff pieces that are nothing to really do with any projects. There is one project that some other articles have come out about, and that's the Days of Thunder sequel. And that also is curious timing, because why now? Why are you putting that out that was so long ago? But I know like sequels and everything are in, but it just seems like this would be something that would curry a lot of favor in the public. And all of these fluff pieces, they're all on different stuff now. It's not just about this, he's living like a working class actor, but they are just the classic signs of PR. Something's coming. We need to pad some like good public feelings, and we're also going to have to distract and probably deal with blowback of whatever could be coming. This probably sounds a little bit conspiracy theory, but I swear, like working in this and seeing it so much, I can spot it a mile away. And I know I've been using them as an example a lot lately, but it's just like Ashton and Mila. If you go back and look, so 14 months ago, they did everything with Masterson, and they left it basically for a long time because they got so much backlash. And then since about April, May, they've been putting out all this fluff, all this garbage, all this stuff about their kids, and just like trying to get those relatable factors, those good public interests, talking about that 70s show in Ukraine, things that they never talked about before, and like actively said, I don't want to talk about this, because they're just trying to build up that goodwill. And especially Ashton and Mila with everything that's going on with Diddy as well as Masterson. But I would bet so much money that by the end of the year, there will be something with Cruz. It could be something to do with Scientology or tied into Scientology, because I did hear again, like over the past few days while I've been making this, that there was a big meeting where they were talking about how family's so important and family is, a priority of Scientologists, which that's not their usual MO. And it seems, in my opinion, that their numbers are horrendous and they're just trying anything they can to retain people. Because obviously, if you had to cut off your family, or if you're told, oh, this is a suppressive person, and severing relationships, that's a huge deterrent for staying in the group. Like, a lot of people probably leave that way. So by having these meetings and changing things, it looks like they're trying to stop I mean, obviously they're always trying to stop people from leaving, but if they can do everything they can to not even have the, parishioner people that like aren't in the Sea Org, that have a bit more free will, that it just seems as though they're really trying to step back on some of the more harsher things. That's not to say they're still not doing harsh things, but regardless, I do think this will be much more cruise centric, because the PR articles are about stuff all over the place. But I really, by the end of the year, I'd bet a lot of money that something is going to come out about him. So as I mentioned 27 years ago at the beginning of this video, recruiting celebrities has always been a cornerstone of Scientology. Even back when Hubbard created Project Celebrity at the very beginning of Scientology, he had a list of people he wanted to recruit, and he had people like Walt Disney and Frank Sinatra on this list. Tom Cruise sees himself as the leader of the celebrities, and he is also considered the number 2 in Scientology. Even David Miscavige admits that. I mean, can you imagine if like the Pope installed a celebrity as the number 2? But Tom Cruise used to bring the celebrities to these meetings and reprimand them for not bringing in more celebrities, or really any celebrities, because there hasn't been any joining that I can think of anyway in at least the last 10 years. There's one meeting that has been talked about a lot by Leah Remini and other ex-Scientologists, and this took place on Sunset Boulevard at the Citizens Commission of Human Rights, which is basically a Scientology front. They fund it and run it and everything, but they try and act like it's not affiliated with Scientology. It's actually an anti-psychology museum. Cruise shouted at them and asked them, "Where are your fucking celebrities?" He demanded they give him names of celebrities and their entourages that they could bring in to Scientology. And he finished it up by lightly threatening their careers and their future in Hollywood. Leah Remini has also said that after this, every gala and function, Cruise would demand names of celebrities that they could go after. He also started assigning the celebrity Scientologists high-profile other celebrities that Cruise and David Miscavige wanted in Scientology. And these assignments were usually when the celebrity Scientologist had friendships with other celebrities or relationships or worked with.
When Tom Cruise called us all in for this big meeting at Citizens Commission on Human Rights on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood, California, where he demanded names of people, of celebrities, or entourages of celebrities, and wanted us to start getting our shit together, and then made us read Keeping Scientology Working, which is a staple policy in Scientology. Everybody has to read it at least 1,000 times in their Scientology career, and you have to look up every word you don't understand. And he had us read that, and basically he was reprimanding us, like, where are your effing celebrities? Where are the
Yep.
people that you're
Right.
bringing in? And so a celebrity is a big deal. So there's many L. Ron Hubbard policies on VIPs and the entourages of the celebrity. It's a very insidious in that it's very crafted. And L. Ron Hubbard even wrote a policy called Project Celebrity, and he had like names like Frank Sinatra and what's
Walt
Frank Sinatra?
Disney.
Walt Disney. Yeah.
It was a
And
whole slew.
yes.
Thousands.
Yeah, no, he was at a podium and everybody had signed NDAs. Oops. Yeah, and we had packs, that was provided for us, and he read KSW aloud. And
the whole thing?
Yeah, and
No.
I was pregnant and I was like, no, bro. I was like, oh, he's at the podium and
Yeah.
and he's like reading and he's like, and then he just was looking at everybody. He was like, it is your responsibility. It is your responsibility, your responsibility, your responsibility to get people in Scientology. It is your like he was just
wow. So he was playing the scavenge.
Oh my god, completely.
Wow, this is so crazy to hear.
As I often did as a Scientologist, I looked around and I was like, maybe I'm an SVP. I was good for it.
Because you're like, this is some bullshit.
I'm like, crazy shit, but my face outwardly was like.
Wow. And so,
yes, and I do think if I hear, he said something like, if I hear that you guys are not pulling, I want lists. He made us make lists of all the people that we knew.
That's what I was going to ask.
Who was influential,
yeah.
Who were not bringing in. They could be actors, they could be political people, agents, law enforcement, anything. We had to bring them in and tour them.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it was like he told us to get our hats on. We had to get our hats on. There was a veiled threat, but it wasn't that. It's that. Like but there was a veiled threat of that because I did walk away going, did this one just say like he's gonna make it? You know what I mean?
Make it so you can't work if you don't do what he wants.
Right, and I wasn't sure. I was like, what? Really? What?
A lot of the former Scientologists have stated that Juliette Lewis was assigned Brad Pitt to try and bring him in when they really wanted to get him. Jim Carrey was also a target multiple times in the mid-2000s. When Cruise and Katie Holmes were getting married, Carrey, obviously, he's been a big star for a long time. He was dating Jenny McCarthy, and their in was that Leah Remini was good friends with Jenny McCarthy. I mentioned earlier that a lot of the time they ran into an issue with celebrities that celebrities had taken meds or they'd been to a psychiatrist or therapist. So Jim Carrey was one of the celebrities that they were trying to find these loopholes and workarounds to this Hubbard policy where they weren't allowed to be audited if they'd taken meds or they'd been to a psychiatrist.
It concerns Jim Carrey, the actor Jim Carrey. And for whatever reason, he became a target for Scientology, trying to recruit him.
So Jenny McCarthy was dating Jim Carrey.
Yes.
And Jenny and I were friends at the time. And we still are. I'm not saying we were. I didn't want to make that impression. But meaning back then, meaning we were all at Tom Cruise and Katie's wedding, and Jim Carrey was there with Jenny McCarthy.
But that's Jim Carrey and Jenny McCarthy when they were a pair.
Yeah, and I know that he also dated a Scientologist.
Subsequently, yeah.
Just like with J-Lo, where Cruise didn't know her and Leah was instructed to invite her to the wedding, it was the same thing with Carrey. But they did actually have another shot at Carrey when their efforts failed because Carrey would go on to date a Scientologist. Unfortunately, it's a very tragic situation that happened with the woman that Carrey dated, so I don't really want to go into a lot of detail there as she's not a public figure or anything like that, and she did pass away. One of the biggest targets that Cruise had was David and Victoria Beckham, and there was hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of tax-exempt money trying to lure them into Scientology. But Cruise didn't want to do this alone, and he brought in another A-lister, a massive star, who everyone but himself says is a Scientologist, and this was Will Smith. Will and Jada Smith are allegedly Scientologists, and many ex-Scientologists have confirmed that they were told this many times by David Miscavige. Cruise and Smith were allegedly trying to recruit the Beckhams when David Beckham moved to playing for the LA Galaxy in 2007. I do actually remember this happening because I thought it was like really cool that he was going to the US and I wanted to go to a game, and he was in the press a lot with Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes. And I'm pretty sure I even had the thought when I started to see like all these pictures coming out of them being like friends. And I wonder if I can find it. If I can, I'll put it in here. But there was an article that is sticking in my mind that was talking about them like doing dinner parties together or something. And I remember thinking, oh my God, they're trying to recruit them into Scientology, which, surprise, that was true.
I didn't know this. So then the order came to build a soccer field at Gold Base.
Leah, there is a professional grade, or it used to be, professional grade soccer field built at Golden Era. It used to be
David Beckham.
For David Beckham. It used to be there was a soccer pitch there for quote Sea Org Day, and it was just literally a square piece of old dirt with
no. I'm just shocked to hear that they went so they were so sure that, again, this was all the way to lure the Beckhams in, was to build this professional soccer field for him. At Gold Base, so that he can then stay there and he could become indoctrinated like the Smiths were, like they've attempted with other celebrities. I mean, I didn't know that.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. And to be clear, and members, like normal members of civilian Scientologists, I should say, are not allowed to go to that property. They're not even allowed to know where it's physically located. So this was absolutely 100% an extreme exception just for David Beckham with the intention of luring him in.
Right.
And everybody at Gold, Leah, knew you're not allowed to go mess on that pitch. You know, the normal Sea Org members are not allowed to go kick a ball around on that pitch for fear of scuffing up the turf. It was known that
do you know if David Beckham ever get to Gold Base? Do you know?
No, he did not. He did not. He and Victoria were smart enough to like block off all the efforts.
I would guess. This is just me guessing and speculating that maybe they had gone through a hard time, and Tom used that, as we all did, as an in to say that Scientology can help you with that. And they probably befriended the Beckhams, helped them through a hard time. And then the Beckhams thought, this is amazing. Like
when Cruise was trying to win over Nicole Kidman, he had Scientology roll out the red carpet at a place called Gold Coast, which is basically the Scientology compound where all of the worst shit goes down, allegedly. This is the place where people like Mike Rinder have said that they were held in the hole, and where allegedly all of the punishments take place. Apparently, a lot of Scientologists aren't even allowed to know where Gold Base is, and there is cameras everywhere. It has a massive fence around it, and they also have these massive spikes as bear deterrents. But the problem is, if this is the fence and I'm the Scientology Center, the spikes are facing in. So they're stopping something getting out. They're not stopping things getting in. So are the bears in there, or are they stopping something else or someone else getting out? So when Cruise was bringing Nicole Kidman here, this is where they all line up around the whole facility and salute Cruise. They put all these flowers and did this massive meadow and completely refurbished all of these buildings to make it where they could go and stay in this like super luxurious place. And this was only done for that purpose. And when Cruise was trying to lure the Beckhams in, they allegedly installed a professional grade soccer pitch, which I can't imagine the cost of that.
So when Nicole Kidman was married to Tom, or about to be dating Tom, or was dating Tom, weren't you guys ordered to do something at Gold Base using tax exempt money to impress Nicole?
Yes. Yes.
Something.
I mean, that was frequently. Yeah. So this was right before I got there, but I've
Mhm.
heard it said many, many times that uh, massive renovations were done. This whole meadow was created with flowers, and the buildings where Tom and Nicole were going to be staying were completely renovated just for that purpose. And
Mm.
And
this was
again, if you're American, remember this is your tax money at work because Scientology is funding this with their tax exempt money. Thankfully, the Beckhams were smart enough to not go to this base, and I think their friendship with Cruise was pretty short lived. I don't remember ever seeing anything recently or in the last 10 years probably about them being friends. I could be mistaken, but I'll definitely have another look just to be sure, but that's what I assume. Okay, our second breaking news update. Well, it's not really breaking news, this one. It's just an update on things I've found. I went looking for the article I referenced about the Beckhams, and I was remembering dinner party something, but it was just a party that David Beckham, when he moved to the LA Galaxy, Will Smith and Tom Cruise threw this like massive, massive party for him. And if you look at all the Getty images and stuff of people who were going, it was all people like Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher and all these Scientology. They're not, I know like Ashton and Mila aren't Scientologists, but all their friends are Scientologists. All the people who work for them are Scientologists. They go to the Scientology Celebrity Center at Christmas and went every year for years. I mean, I think that if you're going somewhere like consistently like that, like every year for Christmas, that means that you're at least like associated pretty heavily with it. Eva Longoria is like that too. I'm sure you noticed earlier when I was talking about the New York detox program, she was at it, speaking at it, and since I've been like pulling stuff like B-roll and pictures and things, Eva Longoria goes to a lot of Scientology events. But anyway, when this party took place, as I said, it was like 2007, and it seemed 2007 to about 2011 they all seem to be really good friends. Tom Cruise and the Beckhams and Will and Jada Smith, all of them. And then there was articles from like around 2019 that started talking about, oh, David Beckham and Victoria distanced themselves from Tom Cruise because he was wanting them to join Scientology. And there was dozens and dozens of these articles. But then there was articles from 2023 that basically were like, oh, Tom Cruise is friends again with the Beckhams. And they all again referenced the Beckhams distanced themselves because they didn't want to be involved with Scientology. And then Tom Cruise went to Victoria Beckham's party, her 50th last year. And apparently, according to a lot of these articles, he made a fool of himself. I don't know that. I'm just reading it in articles. No one's told me that. And then there also is then all these other articles from basically now saying how Cruz has been kind of harassing them to be friends again, and they supposedly are trying to keep him at arm's length. A lot of these articles mentioning them are in this whole PR thing that seems to be coming out right now. So I wonder if that is just something that's being pushed out to again just generate a lot of fluff and a lot of content out there about people that have generally pretty good reputations, especially because they had that whole documentary and everything come out. And I know people actually thought that they were going to reference their friendship breakup with Cruz and like how he was trying to get them involved in Scientology in the documentary. But of course I didn't think they would because I think that would be too controversial. But anyway, I just wanted to say there's definitely something going on there too, because there's just so many articles based on nothing. So maybe if our little prediction does come true, there'll be something going on there too. Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith are a different story though, as countless ex-Scientologists have spoken about both of them being members, and they even started a school that was completely built around the teaching of Hubbard and Scientology. There's also Isaac Hayes, who voiced the character of Chef on South Park, and after the aforementioned Scientology episode aired, Hayes left the show. I actually watched a video by a YouTuber called Blooms, who his channel is about South Park, and in the video, he went over a lot of what happened with Hayes and the fallout from this episode, and whether Hayes actually did quit the show, as many people believe it was in fact Scientology who orchestrated the entire quitting of the show and the alleged writing of Hayes' statement calling out the show. According to Hayes' son, Hayes passed away 2 years after leaving South Park, but before the episode aired and all of the controversy, Hayes had actually had a stroke that had left him unable to speak or really comprehend. Hayes' death was seen by many, including his son, as suspicious, as his body was found next to a running treadmill, a strange thing for someone who was recovering from a horrendous stroke. When Hayes passed away, he was also taking medication, something that Scientology didn't approve of. And if you remember earlier when I was talking about the 9/11 survivors and all the stuff that Scientology did to them, they were taken off their medication and were plied with something called niacin, which is the vitamin B3. And Scientologists take this in massive doses. And they also then go into the sauna at 170 degrees and are told to profusely exercise. And this system is called the purification rundown, and they say it's like all of the toxins coming out of your body. And people like Danny Masterson, who do drink a lot, allegedly this is what they do to balance that out. And Hayes was actually found with a huge amount of niacin in his system. The other main controversies with the South Park episode was because Cruise was so furious after the episode aired, he allegedly threatened to not promote the next Mission Impossible movie, as South Park airs on Comedy Central and that's owned by Paramount, who make the Mission Impossible franchise. Although Cruise denies having anything to do with threatening to pull down the episode, when asked about it, he said, "I'm basically too busy to care about what other people are saying about me." Remember how I was saying he sues a lot of publications? The episode rerun was actually pulled just days before it was supposed to air, and it did not return for a long time. This was when Cruise was about to promote the next Mission Impossible movie. The creators of South Park, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, started giving away free copies of the episode at events, and the episode was put up on YouTube and left there for years without any copyright claims or takedown requests. There's also celebrities that are lifelong Scientologists, but their Scientology-ness isn't really spoken about that much, because I think this has to do with, at the height of their fame, the whole celebrities in Scientology have gone the path of, we're not going to say anything because of everything that happened with Cruise and because of how much now is known about Scientology, and so many people have feelings about the horrendous things that they are allegedly doing to people. But people like Moss and Pena do show their support for Scientology in any way they can without speaking out. This is especially apparent at award shows where they might encounter ex-Scientologists like Leah Remini. Giovanni Ribisi actually didn't attend an award show because he knew Leah Remini and Mike Rinder were going to be there for their show, Scientology in the Aftermath. They actually asked Bryan Cranston, who was working on Sneaky Pete with Giovanni Ribisi, and Cranston replied, "Oh, he's not here because he knew you guys were going to be here." I love Bryan Cranston. But sometimes they don't want to completely boycott because they're nominated and have a good chance of winning, like Elisabeth Moss at the Emmys in 2017. As the presenters were walking on stage to announce the nominations and winner in the category that Leah and Mike's show was nominated in, Elisabeth Moss left the ceremony for the entirety of the category, as I think she could not risk sitting there and having to applaud the nominations, and even worse, applaud Leah and Mike Rinder winning an Emmy for their series Scientology and the Aftermath that calls out Scientology, and they did win. So she left when the category is being announced. They won, everyone's applauding, speaking about Scientology, they do their speech, and then she comes back in.
My question for you is, were you surprised when Elisabeth Moss walked out during your TCA acceptance speech last year?
No, unfortunately, I wish I was surprised, but that is kind of the teachings of Scientology, to not watch or listen to anything or anyone who's speaking out against the abuses of it.
I mean, her only real choices were not going, sitting there and applauding, and then Scientology would probably do what they did to Leah Remini and pull her, make her go to Florida, punish her or something. Or she could sit there and not applaud. And if she did that, then the media would go crazy and be sharing it, because everybody's always watching the Scientologists when someone like Leah and stuff is around, because they want to see their reaction. So she did the secret other option, which was just pretend that you need to go to the bathroom for the exact time of the category and announcement of the winner.
Do you find yourself running into people who are still involved in Scientology?
They run away. They literally run away.
They do.
And it's really sad to watch it. Yeah, especially when you're at like a celebrity house party and somebody literally runs out of the room.
Wow.
You know, your first reaction when you see a friend or somebody who you knew is to go, hey, you know what I mean? And they literally run away like you.
There
like
is so much more that we could talk about the authorities, and also about everything in Clearwater, and even about Leah Remini and what she's gone through, and her show, and all of the victims that came out through her show, and also all of the lawsuits that are currently going on. There is so much more to Scientology than the celebrities. I'm sure I could make a 20-part series, each one 2 hours, of different parts about Scientology, because there's just so much. Despite being a very small religion, the Church of Scientology has a disproportionate amount of celebrity members. Back in 2005, celebrity Scientologists were constantly promoting the church, literally jumping on couches and having viral blowout fights, all in the name of Scientology. But by 2006, something had changed, and celebrity Scientologists suddenly went quiet. Over the last 20 years, more and more celebrity Scientologists stopped promoting their involvement with the religion, and today many refuse to discuss their membership at all. This has led to the general public being unaware of just how many famous Scientologists are scattered throughout Hollywood. And while many celebrities outright deny being members, there are even more that downplay their involvement, despite being incredibly dedicated and loyal members. And on top of the many hidden celebrity Scientologists and the secret ones, there are also even more Hollywood stars entangled with the church, despite not being members. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. The many celebrity Scientologists. We'll be talking a little about the ones you do know and a lot about the ones you don't. We'll also be exposing many behind-the-scenes stories about these celebrity members that have never been discussed publicly before, disclosed by on-set sources and unearthed by long-forgotten social media posts. We'll also be discussing the members given permission to downplay their involvement with the church, why Scientology pivoted its celebrity plans in the mid-2000s, and the many Hollywood stars the church allegedly poured millions of dollars into recruiting. So sit back, relax, grab a drink and a snack, and let's dive in to the twisted, hidden, and secret world of celebrity Scientologists, the ones you know and the ones you don't. In 1953, L. Ron Hubbard founded the Church of Scientology. Hubbard was a science fiction writer who was quoted as saying, "If you want to get rich, you start a religion." He holds the record for the most published works by one author at 1,084 pieces of original work. But of course, today he is much better known as the founder and leader of Scientology. Scientology is extremely controversial with the general public, and you don't need me to tell you that. But up until 2005, most people didn't really know much about the religion. They knew a lot of celebrities were in it pretty much. But in 2005, there was a lot of information that came out about Scientology, none of which was good. But interestingly, this information came from two very unlikely places. The first was a Today Show interview with Tom Cruise, and Today Show interviews are usually very light and fluffy PR, so celebrities can usually relax when they're being interviewed on the Today Show, and they know they're not going to get very hard-hitting questions. But in this interview between Tom Cruise and Matt Lauer, it actually went into a huge argument, and people very much saw a different side to Tom Cruise, and he talked a lot about Scientology and Scientologists' sort of hatred for medication, psychiatrists, and getting treatment for any sort of mental health disorders that people might have. He attacked Brooke Shields over her postpartum depression, and this interview did a lot of damage to the public's opinion of both Scientology and Tom Cruise. The second way in 2005 that people found out a lot of information about Scientology was even more unusual than a Today Show interview, and that was an episode of South Park. The South Park creators, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, really get a lot of credit as being the first people to put out mainstream information about Scientology, about its principles, its beliefs, and what its members spend millions of dollars and thousands of hours a year working towards. South Park really was the first place that most people were able to get a foundational understanding of what Scientologists believe, and these beliefs are, in my personal opinion, quite funny. But what's quite wild about it is that when this South Park episode came out, viewers, when they watched it, knew more about Scientology's belief than Scientologists who had spent a lot of money and time trying to move up in the church, because Scientology operates kind of like a secret membership club where you are only given certain information as you move up the ladder, and they call these levels operating Thetan levels, and there's 8 of them, so you have to spend a lot of money and a lot of time studying to move up the levels. So there's people that spend their whole lives in Scientology and never get to the level where they learn about the aliens. Leah Remini has spoken about the millions of dollars that she gave to the church, and she also has talked in detail about the day she reached the level where she could be given the sacred Scientology information. And when Leah Remini was allowed to get this information, special allowances were made for her because she was a high-ranking celebrity. And that's one thing you'll hear a lot in this video, that Scientology celebrities are treated very differently. They are seen as the absolute top of the top in Scientology, and there's a lot of things that are done very differently to not only appease them, but treat them as even higher than a celebrity. Like, rolling out the red carpet doesn't even begin to cover how these people are treated in the church. In a nutshell, Scientologists believe that we are all thetans, these immortal spiritual beings that are considered to be the true essence of an individual. They believe that each person is essentially one of these thetans, and there's a whole thing about volcanoes and these thetans being aliens that came 10,000 years ago, and these thetans are living within us and have been through all our past lives, and they also continue to exist beyond us after we die. And essentially, these thetans accumulate traumatic memories over all of these lifetimes, and that the whole idea of Scientology is that you try and clear yourself through auditing. And most people have probably seen the auditing e-meter. It's a type of counseling, and they use this device called an e-meter where it has a little dial on it, and you hold on to what looks like two tin cans, and it's supposed to be able to read something that you hold on to this and just spill all your deepest, darkest secrets, all your bad thoughts, everything that you can think of. And they also record these sessions, so they become basically pretty perfect blackmail material, and to know all the things that you wouldn't really want anyone knowing. And that's why it is so difficult for people like celebrities to get out of Scientology, because the church ends up having a lot of dirt on them. Over the years, while Hubbard was forming and leading Scientology, he constantly changed things. Some would even say he was making things up as he went along. And he certainly had a set of rules for himself, celebrities, and high-ranking members, and then another set of rules for everyone else. Hubbard always saw celebrities as a way to bring people into the church, and in 1955, just 2 years after he started Scientology, he launched Project Celebrity, which is very much alive and well in Scientology today. And Tom Cruise is the person at the heart of this Project Celebrity. And that's not because he is the biggest celebrity in the church, but because he is the one attempting to recruit other celebrities to Scientology, and also holding meetings with current celebrity Scientologists and chastising them for not bringing in more celebrities and celebrities with bigger name recognition. Celebrities serve as spokespeople, helping Scientology to appear more credible and appealing. But one of the biggest things Scientology offers people who either want to get into Hollywood or who want to become a bigger name is connections. And I would definitely say there are a lot of people in Hollywood, not just actors, but writers and directors that at one point did think about joining Scientology purely for the connections, the acting classes, anything like that, or even just being around other celebrities, because a lot of the time that is something that you really can't buy. But Scientology kind of flaunts itself as this great way to get connections in the industry. And it obviously doesn't really happen anymore because people are quite savvy about Scientology now, but I know a lot of people. I even just spoke to someone the other day who prior to 2005 said, there was even a moment I thought about joining just because of the connections. But obviously after the mid-2000s, people started learning a lot more about what it was, because it wasn't just, oh, this quirky celebrity religion anymore. There was serious issues going on and horrendous things coming out in the 2000s and 2010s. We really started to learn about these horrible things going on behind the scenes. Scientology has always tried to recruit many young actors before they are known. People like John Travolta and Kirstie Alley. Scientology, as I said, has many connections in Hollywood, so they can help these people with their careers. They put on these acting classes and get a lot of people signed up that way before they have their big break. And that's also why there are a high percentage of successful actors that were raised in Scientology and whose whole family is in Scientology, because they are always trying to make the perfect Scientology celebrity. So from very young ages, these Scientologists and Scientology families get access to connections to acting classes, to certain Scientology schools that specialize in art programs. And it's why out of a very small religion, you have people like Elisabeth Moss, Juliette Lewis, Giovanni Ribisi, and Danny and Chris Masterson. And all of those people that I just mentioned were all born into Scientology, or their families joined when they were very young, and their entire family are Scientologists still. If you've watched my channel before, you probably know that I've spoken a lot about Danny Masterson and the That 70s Show cast, and I think that this is an important topic that isn't covered too much. And there also is going to be even more stuff coming out, because in September of this year, there's going to be the civil lawsuit with Scientology, Danny Masterson, and Danny Masterson's victims. And I will do a video on that closer to the time. But a big factor that I wanted to do this video today is Danny Masterson's brother, Chris Masterson, who slides under the radar a lot, but has a lot of allegations surrounding him too. He is allegedly involved with Bryan Singer and a lot of that crowd of people. And as we speak, there is a revival of Malcolm in the Middle going into production. So Chris Masterson is going to be getting an enormous amount of attention soon. I've always heard that Bryan Cranston made sure that there wasn't any Scientology recruiting on the set, but there's even going to be a lot of the public watching this show who probably haven't stayed up to date with what's going on, or even younger people who don't know he's a Scientologist, don't know about the horrendous situation with his brother and Chris's alleged involvement with people like Bryan Singer. I will touch on the whole Masterson family a little bit later, as the other siblings also have entanglements with a lot of very famous people, like Hilary Duff, for example. So that family we'll discuss in a little bit. We'll discuss the That 70s Show cast a little bit too, as there's some information that I haven't previously covered, and a lovely subscriber reached out to me with some tidbits of information, as one of her close friends, who's also a celebrity, used to date Topher Grace whenever he was on That 70s Show. So there was some bits of information I hadn't heard before. But we are also going to cover people like Juliette Lewis, who, as I mentioned, I think it was in my last video, that I'm working on a video similar to my WB one that's going to be about a bunch of Showtime shows. And I had another lovely subscriber reach out who worked on a bunch of Showtime shows. So we're going to cover a lot of information in Yellow Jacket, Shameless, Dexter, The L Word that hasn't been discussed publicly, but we will go over a little bit of some Yellow Jacket stuff in this video whenever we talk about Juliette Lewis. But I first want to talk about someone who is getting a lot of attention right now because of the final season of their show, and that is Elisabeth Moss, who, whenever people hear that she is a Scientologist, it really stops them in their tracks because of the nature of the show that she's on right now and the character that she plays. Elisabeth Moss is currently an active Scientologist, and she was raised in the church too, and both her parents are Scientologists as well. She worked steadily throughout Hollywood in her teens and 20s, and then she got her big break when she was cast as Peggy Olson on the show Mad Men. Elisabeth Moss's character was seen as quite the feminist icon on the show. Whenever Mad Men started, she was a secretary, and the show is set in the very misogynistic 1960s. She works in an ad agency as a secretary, and then by the end of the show, spoiler alert, she has become a copy editor. So it was quite the feat for the character to rise up the ranks that way. This role sparks a lot of discussion about Moss's involvement with Scientology. Some people were thinking, oh, she's taking on this role, and she took on a lot of other roles that seemed very different from Scientology. And people started thinking maybe she's not in the church anymore, or maybe she's a casual member, which by the end of this video, you'll see there's not really such a thing as a casual Scientologist, but many celebrity Scientologists try and portray themselves as a casual member to the press, and oh, I just do some classes, or it just helps me with this one thing, because that makes it much more palatable to the public. People don't want to think that someone they're supporting and watching on TV is doing these horrendous things or involved with an organization that is doing horrendous things. So it is now much more likely that Scientologists either don't talk about it or they distance themselves. Whereas, as I was saying in the beginning, in the early 2000s and the 90s, they were all literally jumping on couches screaming about it. While she was on Mad Men, Elisabeth Moss never really addressed being a Scientologist, but in 2022, The New Yorker did a profile on her where she very much did state she remained a committed Scientologist. Her next big role did put an even bigger spotlight on her and her Scientology ties, because of the themes of this show too, and the character she was portraying. In 2016, Elisabeth Moss was cast in The Handmaid's Tale, and the show premiered the following year in 2017. The Handmaid's Tale is currently airing its 6th and final season, and the show is a dystopian drama based on the 1985 novel by Margaret Atwood. The show's set in the near future, and the story takes place in Gilead, which is basically a new country when the US has been taken over by totalitarian theocracy. This is a group of men that are called the Sons of Jacobs, and they overthrow the US government. In the show's universe, there's widespread infertility, and Gilead has enforced extremely misogynistic and backwards roles where women are only allowed to serve men. It's illegal for them to have a job, have a bank account, or even read or write. The new regime forces the few remaining fertile women, called handmaids, into reproductive servitude for the ruling elite. Usually these handmaids will go and live with a high-ranking commander and his wife, and the goal is for the commander to get the handmaid pregnant through this ritual, and they just keep having a handmaid even after they've got pregnant. It's just like, have as many children as possible, and they move the handmaids around too, because even if the handmaid doesn't get pregnant, it's never anything to do with the man, it's the handmaid's fault, of course. Elisabeth Moss plays the lead character, a handmaid named June Osborne. I feel like I've said handmaid 10 times. She gets renamed Offred in Gilead, as they all take the man's name with off in the front. And after hearing the synopsis, or if you're familiar with the show, you can probably see why this sparked a lot of discussion about Elisabeth Moss being in the show and also being a high-ranking celebrity member of Scientology. Because just like with Mad Men, there were some people that were thinking maybe she's not active, or maybe, you know, she grew up in it, but she's not really involved. But again, there's no casual members. The Handmaid's Tale was a success pretty much out of the gate, and each of its 6 seasons, it's gotten more and more popular, although the show has been being made for 10 years, because each season only has 10 episodes, but they started developing it all the way back in 2015. And actually, one of the people who helped develop the show was the creator of the L Word, Eileen Chaikin, for all of my OG subscribers from my original channel. And she was credited as a producer during the first season, but she did leave early on in the development period, so she wasn't even really still with the show when it actually came to air in 2017. Because of how controversial Scientology is right now, celebrity Scientologists, when speaking about WOGs, which is what they call non-Scientologists, or like the real world out of Scientology, that is, a lot of celebrities will downplay their involvement in the church. And this is what Elisabeth Moss does. They make it sound like it's something they do on occasion, here and there, kind of like if you just do yoga or Pilates, it's just something that you do once in a while. But Scientology isn't like that at all. Scientologists as a whole, but especially the celebrities, are trained extensively with what they are supposed to say and how they are supposed to say it. And to go back to the 2022 piece in The New Yorker, where Elisabeth Moss spoke extensively about Scientology, really the only time she's spoke a lot about Scientology, she says things like, oh, it's totally an open religion, and, it taught me how to communicate. And in the piece later, they speak to the late Mike Rinder, who obviously did a lot for people in the ex-Scientology community and people trying to leave Scientology. And Mike was very high up in the organization too, so he knows a lot. And he ended up giving the journalist an example of some of the stuff Scientologists are taught to say that is kind of hard to argue with, but vague enough that you can't really combat it. And one of the examples he gave was that a celebrity might say something like, oh, it taught me how to communicate well, because obviously if you're a famous actor, you're going to be a good communicator. And I just thought that was really funny that he gave the example, and that was one of the exact things that she said in the article. Leah Remini has spoken about an incident that happened at an award show with her and Elisabeth Moss, although it wasn't like face to face. And this was when Leah and Mike won their Emmy for their show Scientology in the Aftermath. And Elisabeth Moss was there. She was nominated for The Handmaid's Tale. This was in 2017. And Elisabeth Moss previously had been nominated like every single year for Mad Men, but she hadn't won. And that year in 2017, she was pretty much a lock-in, because a lot of the time, if the Scientologists know, the celebrity Scientologists know, that they're going to have to go to an event and there's going to be someone like Leah Remini there that is a suppressive person and is very outspoken about Scientology, that they just won't go, because they know if there was video clips or pictures taken of them being within like the same vicinity, Scientology wouldn't be happy. And then if there's some sort of confrontation, which most of the time obviously there's not going to be a confrontation, but then the tabloids and the media would pick it up and it would go crazy and draw more attention to it. So they just end up not going, or trying to not have events that they're attending where the ex-Scientologists are going. And at this same Emmys, Leah actually has spoken about when she asked Bryan Cranston where Giovanni Ribisi was, and Bryan Cranston said to her, oh, well, he's not here, basically, because they thought that you were going to win. And that is usually what they do. And this was when Bryan Cranston and Giovanni Ribisi were there because they were doing Sneaky Pete. But Elisabeth Moss was there because, as I said, she was pretty much a shoo-in for winning, and she did win. So whenever Leah and Mike accepted their award, even when their category was just announced, Elisabeth Moss left the room, because there's not really a situation she can win there, because if she stays in the room and she applauds, then Scientology is going to be down her throat about it. But then if she sits in the room and doesn't applaud when they win, then all of the media is obviously going to, they're filming all the time. So they're going to see her not applauding, and that's going to go around like crazy. So she took the third option of, let me just leave the room. And she did address this in this New Yorker profile, but she said she had to go to the bathroom. But I don't know, if I knew that I was a celebrity and people were following me having this sort of, I'm a Scientologist, and this really well-known and big ex-Scientologist is nominated for their TV show about Scientology, and I didn't want anyone to get the wrong impression, I would wait for the next category before I would leave the room to go to the bathroom. So I don't buy that personally, but I'll leave it up to you to decide whether you buy it. As I said, Leah Remini details in her book all about these little rules and the kind of guides that they have to follow. And it is fascinating how choreographed everything is, and how even the most casual little comments are not really casual at all. And that they're all basically kind of following a script or like a manual. And Elisabeth Moss definitely seems to follow these guides based on this New Yorker profile and the few other times that she's spoken about Scientology. I think because Elisabeth Moss doesn't speak about Scientology too often, and really, I don't know a ton of people who've read this New Yorker profile, that is really where she goes into most of the details, and it is like halfway through the article too. But I think because of that, a lot of people think maybe she is just like a casual Scientologist, or maybe it's kind of like casual Christians who go to church at Christmas, just that it's not very involved for her, and that it's not something that's in her day-to-day life and something that she's living her life under the principles of. But it is that, I mean, as far as I can tell anyway, and from what a lot of other people have said and ex-Scientologists have spoken about, because as we said, there's no such thing as a casual Scientologist. According to these Scientology records that I was able to access through a request, Moss took the Hubbard Key to Life course when she was only 8 years old and achieved the state of clear when she was only 11. Although Moss does majorly downplay her religious affiliation publicly, she is part of this small set of second generation Hollywood Scientologists, and her religious network has played a big role in her career. The vast majority of these second generation celebrity Scientologists, especially the ones that were born in the church or their families joined when they were very young, they all have connections to one another through both marriages and a lot of friendships and business relationships. Elisabeth Moss was born into Scientology as both her parents joined long before she was born, and she very much is in this group of second generation that is Giovanni Ribisi, all of the Masterson siblings, Juliette Lewis, and all 8 of her siblings, and they're all interconnected to one another. They all have gone on to be friends with one another, but also there's marriages between the families, and they all have many, many business relationships together. Elisabeth Moss's manager since she was 10 years old has been Gay Ribisi, who's the mother to the actors Giovanni Ribisi and Marissa Ribisi. When Elisabeth Moss was working on an earlier project called Her Smell, she needed to do some research on punk rock, and so she called Beck, who at the time was married to Marissa Ribisi. Beck is someone who was also born into this second generation of celebrity Scientologists, and his whole family is in the church too. He has claimed since 2019 that he is not involved with the church anymore, but there are multiple sources and ex-Scientologists who have claimed he is still an active member. In other records that I found, Elisabeth Moss had also achieved service completions, which is basically the purification rundown, a type of detox treatment that Scientologists do that they think kind of cleanses all of the bad things that we ingest and are exposed to. And what they basically do is they ingest large quantities of niacin. Niacin is a type of B3, so it's found in things like meat and fish and cheese and eggs, and it is something that you need. Like, it is a healthy fat, but the amount that Scientologists ingest is insane, like thousands and thousands above what you need as a human being to survive. And so they take all of this niacin, and they also will then run on a treadmill and then get in a sauna, and that is supposed to cleanse your system. And this purification rundown is what Danny Masterson and Tom Cruise pitched to their 9/11 firefighters and first responders clinic. And if you remember in Ashton Kutcher's letter that he wrote for leniency for Danny Masterson after he had been convicted of multiple violent rapes, Ashton Kutcher talked about Danny Masterson being this amazing person who wanted to help firefighters after 9/11. This is what he was referring to. They did this big event. They got loads of celebrities. Leah Remini has spoken about this and how much she regrets being involved with it because of how many people it hurt. Specifically, again, 9/11 first responders. There are a lot of celebrities like Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis who aren't Scientologists, but they are, in my opinion and allegedly, involved with the organization, be it they've taken help in boosting their careers or help covering up their messes, which is how Ashton Kutcher allegedly first got involved with all of the Scientology mess. This was through his relationship with his close friend and mentor, as he calls him, Danny Masterson. Eva Longoria is another person who isn't a Scientologist, but seems to be involved with a lot of Scientology events and people. And I have actually had a lovely subscriber who reached out to me who worked on Desperate Housewives, and they were telling me that during one of the early seasons, when they were filming Desperate Housewives, they were working on the same lot as War of the Worlds, and they were filming at the same time. And as I mentioned in my Tom Cruise other video about celebrity Scientology, Tom Cruise was trying to recruit Steven Spielberg at the time that they were filming this movie, and they had a big falling out while they were making War of the Worlds, but it got even worse, this falling out, through the promotion of the film, as it turned into this huge thing when Tom Cruise did all those crazy interviews, like jumping on Oprah's couch. He was actually supposed to be promoting War of the Worlds at the time, but nobody remembers that because all they remember is him jumping on the couch about Katie Holmes. Things did escalate through filming of the movie because Steven Spielberg had no interest in being recruited, and when he just casually started talking about family members who'd been helped through psychiatrists, this made a lot of tension between him and Tom Cruise. Spielberg also saw the kind of bizarre relationship that was happening at the time between Cruise and Nazanin Bonardi, who was someone who was selected for Cruise prior to him dating and marrying Katie Holmes. And Nazanin and Cruise dated throughout the filming, and allegedly Cruise and Scientology put her through some really horrendous things. And there's a lot of details in an article I've linked below, and I do go into a lot more detail in the other Scientology video. But Spielberg saw some of these things, and just coupled with everything that I just mentioned, it made things really difficult. But Spielberg had also made a lot of accommodations for Cruise on that set. He allowed him to have this Scientology tent at the time, and anyone who wanted to come in and learn about Scientology through the whole filming of War of the Worlds could do so in this tent. And obviously, given that the tent was on the set, they wanted to try and get as many people interested as they could. Now, why did I mention Desperate Housewives whenever I'm talking about this? I do have ADHD, but this is going somewhere. So the whole reason that I was mentioning the subscriber that reached out is because when they were working on Desperate Housewives, they had this Scientology tent basically outside of Desperate Housewives. And there were a lot of perks offered to coming into the tent and hearing about Scientology. They offered people free massages and like other little treats, things like Tom Cruise has this own personal barista that goes with him everywhere. And when he's not serving Tom, he was in the Scientology tent making super fancy coffees. And you know, if it's Tom Cruise's personal barista, that's got to be some good coffee. So my subscriber was joking that after crazy days, sometimes the staff would joke that, oh, a massage and a coffee sounds like really great right now, but the deal was you had to listen to the Scientology spiel to receive those things. So that put them off. And from what they told me about working on Desperate Housewives, they more than earned it. And it was really interesting because a lot of the stuff that I talked about in the Desperate Housewives video that I wasn't able to like 100% confirm, but was saying, oh, this is what's alleged, a lot of that stuff was confirmed. It's certainly possible that this tent in War of the Worlds next to Desperate Housewives is how Eva Longoria met Tom Cruise or met some of the Scientology staff. My subscriber didn't say anything like that. That's just my own interpretation. It's also possible that it was at some other Hollywood event, but they were filming next to each other for a long time. And from that time period on, there was a lot of Eva Longoria going to Scientology events and also Eva Longoria being around Tom Cruise. She especially was spending a lot of time around Cruise when he was trying to recruit the Beckhams into Scientology. Eva Longoria did promote the firefighter treatment center that I just talked about. And as I have mentioned in other videos, I know I've mentioned this firefighter thing before, but it really, really annoys me. One of my mom's cousins actually passed away in 9/11, and it's just like the scummiest thing. I also think it's such a clear example of Scientology doing harm, how dangerous it is to have these Scientology celebrities promoting things and these fringe people also promoting it, like the That 70s Show cast that aren't Scientologists but certainly operate within the Scientology world. If for 2 seconds they had looked into it, and obviously the Scientology celebrities are going to take the word of Scientology that this is right because they're all doing it too, but even if people like Ashton Kutcher and Eva Longoria took 2 seconds to look into it and saw, okay, the plan is take these firefighters that have all serious health conditions because of what happened on 9/11. We're going to take them off all of their medication. We're going to pump them full of niacin, and then we're going to put them on a treadmill, and then we're going to put them in a sauna, and that's the treatment. I mean, I'm not going to even insult Miss Gloria by saying like she would know that that is not a good course of treatment. And these people just either didn't care, didn't look into it, or just took the word of Danny Masterson and Tom Cruise and the other Scientologists. And what's even more frustrating is that 20 years later, Ashton Kutcher is still promoting this as a positive thing and putting it in a letter where he is asking for leniency for a rapist. This center did not help anyone. It harmed a lot of people. So Ashton Kutcher either didn't look into anything and just blindly believed it, did look into it and didn't care, or Scientology is the one telling him what to include in these letters, because Scientology is never going to see anything wrong with the purification rundown. As we've talked about a lot on this channel, the That 70s Show cast is very wrapped up in Scientology, going to all their events, performing in their Christmas play every year. I mean, that is a pretty big deal. Going and being in the play of a religion you are not a part of year after year. Many people have alleged over the years that Scientology has cleaned things up for Kutcher and other cast members, and he and Mila Kunis also surround themselves with Scientologists. It's not just the Mastersons and Laura Prepon, it's many other Scientologists. A large majority of their staff are Scientologists, and many of their friends are too. When Danny Masterson was out on bail for his trial, he was constantly at events and weddings of Scientologists, and Ashton and Mila were always there too. Now, I spoke to someone recently, another lovely subscriber, whose close friend, who's also a celebrity herself, dated Topher Grace when he was on That 70s Show. And so this celebrity friend, like you would absolutely know them, spent a lot of time around the That 70s Show cast. The subscriber told me some like little silly anecdotes, like Ashton Kutcher and Topher Grace were at the same Lakers game, and Topher Grace saw Kutcher across the court and called him to say, "Oh, I'm across from you." And he watched Kutcher take out the phone, look at it, and put it back in his pocket without answering it. And they also talked about, oh, the cast of That 70s Show was just this constant, like, trying to one-up each other. One would come in with this super fancy, expensive Range Rover, and the next day, someone else would come in with an even fancier and even more expensive Range Rover, and it just went back and forth like that. And she did say that Topher Grace and Ashton Kutcher had this massive back and forth and rivalry. It wasn't just Topher and Danny Masterson. When That 70s Show was on, a lot of people had a poor opinion of Topher and thought he was stuck up or smug because all the other That 70s Show cast got on and were friends and were in Danny Masterson's little clique. But now that people have seen Danny Masterson's true colors, it seems that people are a lot more forgiving and just saying, oh, Topher saw Masterson for who he was, which could also be true. But it seems, according to the person I spoke to, that again spent a lot of time with Topher and whose friend dated him for quite a significant amount of time, that two things can be true at once, and I'll leave it at that. But that 70s show cast, the reason I was bringing up the relationship with Topher that one of my subscribers' friends had is because they were telling me that Ashton Kutcher is a lot smarter than people think. I'm sure a lot of people do think he's smart, like because he has made a lot of money, he has done a lot of investing, and he does speak about things that it just does seem like he has a lot of knowledge in business and certain things that come along that he sees value in, like Uber and Airbnb. But of course, he did get ridiculously lucky with that 70s show. He made a fortune and then other shows because he was cast on a show as a no one. He'd done really no acting experience. And let's be honest, Ashton Kutcher isn't exactly the best actor. I think that situation was he's a good looking guy and he got a shit ton of luck and was cast on a show that gave him access to enormous paychecks that allowed him to have money to put into Uber and Airbnb and make I Don't Fly commercial crazy money. Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis also have a really slick PR team. And so all of that, him being smart, him having a great team behind him, I find it really hard to believe that he would just throw this story about 9/11 firefighters in there without fully knowing what it was about. So is it possible that Ashton just didn't care and put it in there because he thought it would make his friend look good? Yeah, it's possible. But I think it's probably more likely that Scientology had at least something to do with those letters. I am really interested to hear what other people think, though, in the comments. I know it's also been alleged by quite a number of sources that Scientology has helped Ashton Kutcher cover up a lot, with the first being the horrible situation with Ashley Ellerin. I'm sure a lot of people have heard this story as it was talked about when the letters went viral, but Ashley Ellerin was a beautiful 22-year-old model, and in February 2001, she was supposed to go on a date with Ashton Kutcher. Kutcher was late to pick her up, and when he knocked on the door, Ashley didn't answer. Ashton claims he looked in the window and just saw a red wine stain on the floor that he thought was from the party they had the night before. He couldn't see Ashley. She didn't answer the door. So he alleges he left and went straight to the event that he was supposed to go with her to. Unfortunately, Ashley was inside as she had been killed by the Hollywood Ripper, a man called Michael Gargiulo. When everything came out about Ashton and Mila's letters 2 years ago, there were allegations that Kutcher had entered the house that night and had seen that Ashley had been killed. In September 2023, when Ashton and Mila's letters went viral, one of Danny Masterson's victims and his ex-girlfriend who dated him through the first 5 years of that 70s show, Chrissy Bixler, posted on Instagram that there was more to the story that night. She alleged that Ashton had actually called Danny because he was panicking. Other people have made allegations that Kutcher also called his team. She claims that Ashton Kutcher called Danny Masterson, and there have also been other people who claim that Kutcher called his team because he did enter the house and see Ashley. Obviously, these are allegations, but Chrissy detailed that Kutcher and Masterson made a plan that night, and then other people have alleged that Kutcher was concerned about what would happen to his career if he was the person to call this in. So he called Masterson and his team to seek advice, and they were the ones who told him to go to the event and pretend like he'd seen nothing. Chrissy said that Masterson had the phone on speakerphone and she heard everything, and she said that there was a lot more to the the phone call, but nothing else has been said about it at this point. Kutcher and Kunis are still frequently seen with Masterson's siblings, who are of course still active Scientologists, and they still have a large number of their staff and friends who are practicing Scientologists as well. So keeping in line with Scientologists' aversion to healthcare and medication is their aversion to vaccinations. And this came up with Juliette Lewis in particular when there were requirements through Showtime and her show Yellow Jackets that they had to be vaccinated to be on the set. The Hollywood productions around COVID had to go through a lot to be able to shoot, and Showtime especially had a lot of guidelines that had to be followed in order to even go on set. And I can actually give you firsthand experience of this because I was actually the first ever set visitor on the L Word set after COVID. They didn't have anyone on the set during season 2, and I went on set for the penultimate episode's filming, episode 9 of season 3, and then I was also there. They were doing the table read for the series finale of the L Word Generation Q. In the summer of 2022, when the discussion started about whether I'd be able to go on set, I was told, like, don't get your hopes up because we haven't had anyone on set for 2 years, and they still had like heavy restrictions. You had to wear masks the entire time unless you were like outside, like walking between trailers, and you had to test if you were going to set. Like, I had to do a test the day before I went, and you had to also do a test when you arrived and checked into set. But when I was doing the test the day before, it might have been 2 days before, one of the two, whenever that was being organized, Showtime actually organized and they paid for it for me too, which was very nice. And that was a very different experience to any other test that I had for COVID, especially because I was working in healthcare and things, and it was usually a brain swab that I was getting, and it was a very quick done and dirty test, like just shove that Q-tip up to your brain, swab it, and you're done. Whereas place Showtime sent me was super fancy. It had like water features, they were playing music, there was just everybody, you know, very nice and calm, and everybody was really beautiful and in like really nice scrubs, and there was, you know, cucumber water and all that. And when I sat in this massage chair to get the swab, it was just like they very lightly were like around your nostril, just like, and I remember saying to her, I was like, is that it? And they're like, oh yes, you're done now. Thanks for coming. And that was, it was just the way it was, so like, it was such a contradiction between the brain swab. The place that I went, it's like a chain. I just went to the one in Culver City because that was where the L Word set was, in like this, it's kind of a weird set because it's like in a residential area, but that was it. They then like called me and sent me the email saying, yeah, you're good. And I was able to go. But when I got to set, there's always like a check-in on a set, but there was even more kind of going through the whole process, and there, you know, the wristbands and stuff. So if it's Tuesday, they give you a Tuesday wristband, and you would have to do a test, like an instant one then and there when you got there. It's funny, I picked up this pen. It's actually the pen they gave me from the L Word set. They gave me like a little gift bag with like some really nice stuff in it from the show. So it's some of the stuff that I have on the bottom back there for any of my OG people know. But when I got to the set, it was very like a lot of restrictions. As I said, you know, we had to wear the mask the whole time and stuff, and you had to like sign things saying, yeah, I'm gonna like follow all these protocols and blah blah blah. But with Yellow Jackets, they actually did season 1 like before the pandemic, obviously, and they had a massive chunk of time between season 1 and 2. There's almost 2 years because of the situation with the pandemic, and then there was 2 years between 2 and 3 because of the writers and the actors strike. But with Yellow Jackets, there was not just the situation with the vaccinations and healthcare and everything that caused issues. As I vaguely hinted at in my last video, Yellow Jackets has a lot of issues going on the set. And also in my last video, I mentioned that I'm working on a big video about not just Yellow Jackets, but Dexter, Shameless, The L Word, a ton of Showtime shows, and there is crazy good information in that I am a tiny bit scared of posting it, but we are going to go over some little details here that are extremely interesting. And this is going to be a little bit of it will be spoilers for Yellow Jackets, because I am going to talk about some things that it doesn't really make sense unless I reference the storyline. So I'll put a timestamp on the screen for when I'm not talking about storyline stuff. But as anyone who watches the show knows, Juliette's character was one of the main characters, and she was killed off in the season 2 finale. And there has been speculation in the fandom that that was not supposed to happen. And according to my source, who is also a subscriber and was a really, really lovely person, and we had such a great chat where she was telling me all of this crazy information, and my subscriber, who worked on various Showtime shows for years, worked on Yellow Jackets for its entire run, although she did leave before season 3 finished airing. She told me that death in season 2, where Nat is killed off, is 100% something that was not supposed to happen. That was due to the issues between cast members, and Juliette ended up asking to be let out of her contract at the end of season 2. And with Showtime, and I've talked about this in a lot of videos, how they sign people for contracts with TV shows, 10, 20 years ago, like maybe they'd sign people for sometimes even just a season, and they'd see how the show did, but that gave people a lot of negotiating power, actors, because then they could ask for more money if the show is a success. They will usually sign people to a 5-season contract, and usually it's 5. This doesn't apply to Showtime, but usually it's 5, because 5 seasons, 100 episodes, you get into syndication. And that is always the goal for shows, because it is just so much more money that you will get if it goes into syndication. But with Showtime and Yellow Jackets in particular, the creators had a 5-year plan. They had 5 seasons. They knew the big beats of the show, like this is going to happen, like things like, oh, this season that just ended, they had these frog scientists show up. They knew that was going to happen. That's, towards the end of season 3. If you don't watch Yellow Jackets, in an absolute nutshell, the show takes place in 2 timelines. There's a 1996 timeline where teen girls are from New Jersey. They are flying to the national soccer tournament, and their plane crashes in the Canadian wilderness. They survive out there for 19 months. Well, some of them survive. And the ones that make it back, the other half of the show, we see in present day in season 1. So it's like 2021. And they are all obviously now in their 40s. And we see like half the show is the teens out in the wilderness, and half the show is the adults kind of living in present day with all of the effects and dealing with the consequences of what they did out in the wilderness. And you have like an amazing cast, like Melanie Linsky, Christina Ricci, and there's even been people join the cast now, like, oh, wait till I tell you guys about the Hilary Swank stuff. And so Juliette Lewis's character is like one of the main lead characters. And so it really affected, any of those characters being killed off early would affect it, but literally the entire show is supposed to build, and I think if you watch the show, this makes sense, that the whole show is supposed to build to a confrontation between Juliette Lewis's character Nat and Melanie Linsky's character Shauna. That's what the whole show is leading towards. So whenever they agree to let Juliette break her contract in season 2 and she's killed off, they had to go back and rewrite a ton of season 2. And originally, they had 2 new adult survivors come in the second season. One was Lauren Ambrose, who was playing the adult version of the character Van, and then Simone Kessel, who was playing the adult version of Lottie. When they hired both of them, Lauren Ambrose signed a contract
for the remaining 5 seasons. She was signed on as a regular and was signed to do the whole run of the show. Simone Kessel wasn't signed for the remaining of the 5 seasons, and in the original season 2, she did not have as many episodes as she ended up with. And that was because in season 2, she wasn't supposed to have this huge storyline and all of these things. They had to build that in order to build in Nat, Juliette Lewis's character's death. And so this season, in season 3, when Simone Kessel's character Lottie is killed off in the first couple of episodes, a lot of people were like, what the fuck? Why did we spend all of season 2 going in depth into this big storyline and all of this stuff? And it's because that was never supposed to happen. It was really like a tool to get to Nat being killed at Lottie's compound. She was still supposed to have a compound and a cult and everything, but it wasn't supposed to be as much as it was. One thing that we'll get much more into in the Showtime video, but just to give you a little taste for now, is the marketing and also just the priorities of Showtime and Paramount. And they seemingly have the same priorities for all of their shows. And there is a lot of stuff that we'll discuss about the L Word and other ones. But right now, it seems that all Showtime allegedly cares about is getting big name guest stars that, even if they're only able to get them for a few episodes or only able to afford them for a few episodes, that they secure them and then they absolutely put them in all of the marketing materials, no matter how small their role is, no matter how few episodes they're in, no matter how few minutes of episodes they're in. And you can see this with Dexter. They had Sarah Michelle Gellar and Patrick Dempsey, even though like Sarah Michelle Gellar was in like 5 minutes of each episode, and they were on the poster and at like Comic-Con and stuff. And I love Sarah Michelle Gellar, but it makes no sense. But it's the same thing that happened this season with Hilary Swank. According to the person I spoke to, Showtime even wanted the, all the promotional material was done with Melanie Linsky, Christina Ricci, and they wanted to have Lauren Ambrose and Hilary Swank. If you've seen the show, that makes no sense. Hi guys, me again. Just to be clear on what I'm saying about the marketing materials here, because it is hard to explain without the other half an hour of context, but we are talking about Juliette Lewis here, and I want to, of course, give some good details. So just to say, there was originally marketing material created by the marketing and PR team, and they, come up with a ton of ideas, put it all together and then show it to the higher ups. They ended up then nixing all of the stuff that my sources told me, was really well thought out and really nice stuff. And then they wanted to do this focus on Hilary Swank. And you see that in the trailers and stuff. I'm talking about the still promo material. What they ended up going with is that like hot pink, eat your heart out promo material. And the reason that kind of looks like not the greatest is because that is what they kind of had to rush out, because they didn't use the original stuff the marketing team came up with. They didn't use the Christina Ricci, Melanie Linsky, and Hilary Swank focused stuff. And so they ended up going with a secret third option, which was kind of like a slap together thing. And Hilary Swank wasn't even the first, second, third, or fourth choice for that role of Melissa. And I'll get much more into that and who the original first choice was in the video that I'm making, along with what happens in the bonus episode, what the symbol means, the cabin guy, scenes they had to remove from episodes from season 2 because those scenes were supposed to relate to what we saw in the bonus episode, and lots of things with the cast, all the dynamics, how it affected the show, and what is really going on behind the scenes. And we're going to discuss how it is allegedly one individual that is holding up the season 4 renewal, because we still haven't heard about that. And this is despite the fact that Yellow Jackets is the most popular show
on Showtime, except for Dexter Original Sin. We will get into all of that very soon. And I feel okay about putting the bonus episode stuff out there because, to quote my source, they said, there is no way on earth that Paramount Showtime are ever going to let that bonus episode see the light of day. So stay tuned for the video next month. And I know I'm horrible, but we're building suspense here. So now we're going to get into how related all these celebrity Scientologists are, because it's not just like they're all friends and they all know each other because they're all Scientologists. There is a lot more going on, like business-wise and family-wise too. So just like the Mastersons and the Rebisis, Juliette Lewis's family, she has 8 siblings, they're all interconnected to other celebrity Scientologists too. Juliette Lewis's sister, Brandy, she is actually married to Ethan Suplee, who played Randy on My Name is Earl. Juliette actually guest starred on several episodes of My Name is Earl, and that show had My Name is Earl had a ton of other celebrity Scientologists guest star on it as well, but Ethan Suplee played the second lead on the show, the brother Randy, and the main character was Earl, played by Jason Lee, and Jason Lee was a celebrity Scientologist as well. He seemingly has distanced himself from the church right around the same time that Laura Prepon started saying she wasn't practicing Scientology anymore. He hasn't really addressed it or anything like that, but again, I think it's a very similar situation to Laura Prepon because Jason Lee was very, very close friends with Danny Masterson. He was in his little crowd along with Giovanni Ribisi, and Jason Lee became a Scientologist around 1990, and he hadn't done acting or anything like that. And so he also is another Scientologist who became a celebrity and got a big acting career after joining the church. Ethan Suplee, of course, himself is really good friends with Danny Masterson and Ashton Kutcher and was even on their show, The Ranch. Juliette's family is very close with the Revisis too, and Juliette has done a lot of projects with Giovanni Ribisi and his mother, who has Ribisi Entertainment Group and manages a lot of the celebrity Scientologists. Juliette has done productions that she has produced and financed as well. So you have the Mastersons and the Ribisis. Both mothers in those families represent all of their children as actors and other celebrity Scientologists, like, again, Gay Ribisi represents Elisabeth Moss, and Gay Ribisi has also produced a huge amount of productions that have celebrity Scientologists in them. And of course, all these people that I'm mentioning throughout, Danny Masterson, Chris Masterson, Giovanni Ribisi, Ethan Suplee, Eric Balfour, Michael Pena, Jason Lee, Laura Prepon, they all were very close friends from their late teens, early 20s, most of them way before that, the ones that were raised in Scientology, and then people like Jason Lee and Laura Prepon joined them in their late teens when they joined the church. I also mentioned Michael Pena because another connection is Michael Pena's wife. She is best friends with Danny Masterson and originally was his personal assistant for years and years, all through that 70s show. And she was actually mentioned several times throughout the trial as one of the victims told her what happened. And then there were other allegations of her being involved with covering for Danny. And around the time of the trial, Danny Masterson transferred large properties and other assets into the name of Michael Pena's wife, Bree Schaefer. And most people believe that this was done purposely because, as I mentioned before, there is the civil lawsuit coming up with Danny Masterson's victims who are seeking damages against Scientology and Danny Masterson for specifically what they had to endure during the trial, all of the harassment and all of the horrible things that they did. Most people, if they've heard anything about this, probably heard about their pets being killed and just like horrible, horrible situations, because those 3 victims and their families were absolutely tortured throughout that trial. And I really hope that Scientology has to pay them a fuckload of money when this trial happens. And I'm sure a lot more what they had to go through is going to come out in the trial. And as I said, I will be covering that when it happens in September. And this core group of all these Scientology second generation celebrity friends, they obviously have like a dating history together and everything like that. I mentioned in my last video, like Laura Prepon and Ben Foster, even though Ben Foster claims he's not a Scientologist, but along with all the other dating history, there is like the marriages too, like Ethan Suplee and Juliette's sister. And another one that I mentioned in passing earlier is Marissa Ribisi, who is married, or sorry, was married to the singer Beck, who is another born into Scientology, raised in Scientology, but he now also does claim, as of 2019 as well, that he is no longer a member, although there are a lot of people who, especially like ex-Scientologists and people that are in the know much more than like regular people, they have all said that they do not believe that he has left the church. It's just, again, this kind of distancing as a public Scientologist. And another person who was in this friendship group was Emily Armstrong, who is the new lead singer of Linkin Park. She was chosen to replace the late Chester Bennington, and there was pretty much immediate controversy with Emily because Cedric Bixler ended up posting on Instagram that he was disappointed by Emily being chosen as the replacement because of Emily's actions when it came to Danny Masterson. Emily had attended one of the pre-trial hearings for Danny Masterson, and whenever this came out, obviously people were very, very angry about it. And there also started to be a lot of discussion about Emily being a Scientologist, because I don't think a ton of people knew that. People then started asking, why are you still in this religion when they hate gay people? And then people were really, rightfully so, fired up about the Danny Masterson situation. And she tried to, again, like all of them do, tried to downplay Scientology, her involvement, her family, all of this stuff. And then she tried to be like, oh, I just went to one pre-trial hearing. It was just the one. And said that she had been misinformed. And it was the way that the statement was put together. If you read it and you knew nothing about the situation, you might be like, oh, she regrets going to this pretrial hearing. She's not a Scientologist anymore, or she's like at most like a casual member. But if you're someone who follows Scientology, knows how Scientology speak kind of works, knows that this is their pattern, they downplay stuff, they use very selective language, and they say things like, I only went to one rapist pretrial to support them. Like, hasn't everybody done that? It was very in line with how Ashton and Mila addressed their letters. The way that things were phrased in Ashton and Mila's letters, they would say things like, oh, in general, we support victims, but they don't say the names or anything about the actual victims that they should have been concerned about in this instance, where they were writing letters for leniency for Danny Masterson. They don't address his victims. They just say in general, because obviously their apology was just like, in my opinion, garbage. But with Emily Armstrong, it was this vague general stuff, and then saying, oh, I went to one pretrial hearing and I was misinformed. The same with Ashton and Mila. It isn't actually saying what people want to hear, which is, Danny Masterson is a monster and did horrendous things. Hi guys, editing Ash cutting in here with some interesting information that I actually didn't know until a few days ago when I found this out when I was editing, because as you know, I'm always still like continuing the research until I post, which is why you get these clips frequently. But when I was doing the original Danny Masterson video, I did know that he had a band called Grandpa vs. Prowler, and I'd come across it before, like way before I even did YouTube, because the guy from Buffy who plays Warren in the trio, Adam Bush, he's in it with him. I must have just saw him passing or something one day because I just remember having the thought of, oh, that's the guy from Buffy and the guy from that 70s show, and Michael Pena's in it as well. But I never thought anything more of it. And when I was doing the Masterson video, it just didn't seem relevant to put it in because I talked about him being a DJ Donkey Punch, and DJ Mom Jeans. So I never put it into the video. I've not put it in any other That 70s Show stuff because, again, there's like all that other stuff to talk about. But I just found out that the Grandpa vs. Prowler band actually opened for Emily Armstrong's band Dead Sarah in the summer of 2016. There is hardly any information out there about this. I had to really dig to find even it's not even an article, it's just like a Instagram post on a completely separate Instagram that has like barely any followers. And I only happened to even know about this opening because I saw it referenced in a Reddit comment, and there's like no articles, there's no coverage, even if you try and Google the bands together. So I don't know if there's been an attempt to like scrub or something, because there's not even any pictures or anything at all. There's not even a picture of Emily Armstrong and Danny Masterson that will come up if you Google them together, or specifically dig and look for a picture of them together. And yet there are plenty on this Instagram account, and there are plenty of other clips and interviews and flyers and references and everything all over this Instagram account that has Danny Masterson and Emily Armstrong spending a lot of time together right when the LAPD launched the investigation into Masterson. And there's even things like members of Dead Sarah borrowing members of Masterson's band, and Masterson's band borrowing members of Dead Sarah. There's one that they reference quite a lot where a member of Dead Sarah called Sean Friday subs in for Michael Pena a lot. And Sean Friday actually used to date Demi Moore, which of course is another link in with Demi Moore and Ashton Kutcher. And I don't think I've ever mentioned this before. I think a lot of people might not know this, but Demi Moore's mother was a Scientologist, and she has allegedly always dabbled, especially, of course, when she was with Kutcher. And that was when he was doing the Scientology Christmas thing every year too. And honestly, I want to do a whole video on the Scientology Christmas thing and the crazy amount of celebrities that have been involved with that over the years. And the Grandpa vs. Prowler Instagram account seems to be run by Masterson or someone in his team, or was, because a lot of the posts focus on him. So I assume that's like one of the only things that still exist. So I did just think that was relevant and worth mentioning, even just for the fact that like I haven't seen this mentioned anywhere. And believe me, I've spent too many hours of my life talking about That 70s Show and well, the cast, and researching the cast. But one other thing that I just want to add in, since we're here, is I have never really talked about Emily Armstrong. So again, I've never brought this up before, but Emily Armstrong, she very much, in any time she's talked about this in the story that I've shown on the screen, she tries to basically say, you know, I went to one pre-trial hearing and then that was it. We had, you know, no other association and I didn't support him anymore or anything like this. If you go back, there's a few people that have put together timelines. She was still like liking Danny Masterson's Instagram posts and following him and everything like that significantly longer than she's making it seem, and for months and months and months, like all the way up to when he was on trial. So it definitely doesn't seem like the relationship ended when it did, because if you really stopped being friends with someone because you heard the truth about what they'd done, you wouldn't still be liking their Instagram posts. Honestly, Instagram gets celebrities into so much trouble because 5, even 10 years ago, a lot of celebrities didn't handle their own social media. They had teams, but now most celebrities do, or they have maybe teams that help them, but they do have it on their phone, and there'll be people posting a lot of the time. And especially someone like Emily Armstrong, that's not like a huge celebrity. I'm always taken aback by how many of them let these like little truths come out through stupid things like who they're following, who they unfollow, and all of that. Because as I've mentioned before, the unfollow, follow, and the liking of posts is like one of the last sort of holds that celebrities have, because a lot of the time when they're doing like movies or shows, they have parameters and things that they have to do. Even stuff like, oh, you're on a new season of this, they send you the post and like, okay, you need to post this on the 1st of May at 12 noon and blah 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 blah, post the trailer. And by being able to still have like hold of their own Instagram accounts and being able to go on and unfollow someone that they're having a back and forth with or having a fight with, they know that that is going to send a message to their followers or people that are watching. They know that there's going to be articles about it sometimes. It is just one of those things that they use as a weapon themselves because they know they can send a message that way. But that sounds like conspiracy, but they also get themselves into trouble with it sometimes too. That is just another case of it. So back to past me. And I believe Emily Armstrong's mother used to work in PR for Scientology. Then she was the editor for the Freedom magazine. And then she got into trouble and ended up being sent to the Hole, which is Scientology's prison, basically. And then when she got out of the Hole, she was then promoted to be David Miscavige speechwriter. So again, all connected, higher ranking person, like she's literally the speechwriter for the leader of Scientology. And so when they try and downplay, oh yeah, I'm just a casual Scientologist, or when they don't explicitly say like, I have left, Scientology is terrible, that they leave it open, hoping that people will like fill in the blanks like all the other people that we've mentioned. And there is actually speculation that some of the other members of Linkin Park are now Scientologists. I don't really know like all the details on that, but I have continually heard that about them. And even Emily's previous band, Dead Sarah, they were Scientologists. And even one of the members, Sean Friday, dated Demi Moore, which links them all back together because they're all, I need like a big like conspiracy string board to link them all up. But Emily Armstrong, her statement, again, it was just classic Scientology with trying to throw in, oh yeah, I support victims in general, just not these ones. And oh yeah, I just went to one rapist trial to support him. And I'm vaguely just involved with the church. It's more my family's thing, but I'll leave it up to you to decide whether you think she's involved or not. And it isn't just celebrity connections that Scientologists build. They also build connections with people in power, especially the police. And I think there's a detail from the Danny Masterson case that perfectly illustrates how and why Scientology builds these relationships with people like the police. And it also gives a perfect example of why it is so dangerous. And I do think that this detail might come up in the civil trial because it is, in my opinion, pretty important. One thing that there's a lot of misreporting around in the Masterson case is the reporting of the attacks. All 3 of Danny Masterson's victims were Scientologists. And Scientologists are told, you are not ever to report another Scientologist to the WOG authorities, which is like the real world authorities. You are supposed to deal with it internally in Scientology. You report anything, the worst crimes imaginable, you are supposed to report it not to the police, but to Scientology. I know it's easy for us who are not in a cult to sit here and say like, well, I would have done this or I would have done that. And oh, this is a dumb Scientology rule. But obviously we are not in their situation. We haven't gone through a horrendous attack. We haven't been brainwashed and in a cult. And also the victims knew if they did go to the police, they would lose everything. They would lose their families, their friends, their jobs, their livelihoods, everything, because most of them were lifelong Scientologists, or like Chrissy Bixler, she'd joined Scientology and she'd been with Danny Masterson for years. Their whole lives and everyone they loved were Scientologists. And if they reported Masterson to the police, that was like the highest of crimes, especially because he was a celebrity on a super popular TV show. So they knew if we do this, we're completely screwed. But even saying that, one of the victims did go to the police, and that is often left out a lot of the time when people are talking about this, because the three of them did all go, obviously separately, these all happened at different times, to Scientology and reported it. And obviously that all came out in the trial, everything, that because Scientology document everything. And one of the victims went to the LAPD back then to report what happened. So when the Jane Doe went to report the incident to the LAPD, at first the LAPD did not take her into an interview room. And again, she was reporting a violent rape. They tried to take her information at a desk in a crowded bull ring with dozens of people around and phones ringing. I can't imagine having to do that one, but in that situation, that's horrible. And this next part, I haven't been able to get clarification if this happened on the same day or the next day when returning. But later, the Jane Doe then went to try and report it again. And this time she was taken into an interview room to give a statement. And when she was taken into the interview room, on the wall was a giant picture of the police officers in the LAPD smiling with Michael Pena, the celebrity Scientologist and very close friend of Danny Masterson, the attacker. And as I also referenced a minute ago, celebrity Scientologists are seen as the highest of high of gods within Scientology. So not only did she know when she went into that room, Michael Pena is really good friends with Danny Masterson, and his wife is Danny Masterson's best friend and assistant who's like constantly cleaning up his messes. And Michael Pena's wife, Bree Schaefer, isn't just Masterson's former assistant, isn't just one of his best friends. She got her start in Hollywood, the start of her career, through Masterson. And most important of all, Bree Schaefer is the first person that one of the Jane Doe's, victim B, named, and the first person listed on the report when the LAPD asked her to provide names of corroborating witnesses. And on top of that, when the victim walked into the room, she doesn't know what the connection between Scientology, the LAPD, and Michael Pena is. Was this just a random picture? Of course, she's not going to think that, because Scientology donates a lot of money to the police, and they also will kind of suck up to them a bit, because Scientology records everything, like writes down everything in a record, but also they have cameras everywhere. And so one thing that Leah Remini and Mike Rinder have said, and I think Claire Headley said this too, that because they have like cameras everywhere, if they see something like somebody breaks into a car and they catch it on the Scientology CCTV, they will then take it and go and give it to the LAPD, like just off their own back, because they are constantly trying to do these things to get in good with the police. And then they also donate huge amounts of money to the police. Leah Remini actually found out that the detective who closed her missing persons case about Shelley Miscavige going missing was the same detective that was a paid speaker at multiple Scientology events. So he was being paid a bucket of money multiple times a year to go and speak at the Scientology events and Scientology Center. And then he is the one in charge of investigating the missing wife of the leader of Scientology. I don't know about you, but to me, that sounds like a huge conflict of interest. And so I cannot imagine you are going to try and report this terrible thing that's happened to you. And you already know that you shouldn't be there because you should be dealing with this not in the WOG world, but in the Scientology world. And then you try and report it once and they're not even taking you into a private room. And then when they do take you into a private room, there's a picture on the wall of one of the best friends of the person who attacked you, all smiles with the police officers. So those are the main hidden Scientologists, the people that I mention in a video in passing, and people are always surprised that they are a Scientologist. And they're also people that choose to fly under the radar. But there are also celebrities who allegedly are Scientologists, but outright claim that they're not. Leah Remini has spoken a lot about Will and Jada Smith being Scientologists, and Jada Smith and Leah Remini even got into a back and forth on the Red Table Talk because Jada would not admit she was a Scientologist and said she was just an explorer and a student and studies many religions. It's my own personal opinion that I think it's pretty clear that they are Scientologists. They even started a Scientology school. Of course, Tom Cruise is top of the pyramid, but Will and Jada are pretty high up, with them being both huge stars and them being a couple, because Scientology, if there's anything they love more than a celebrity Scientologist, it's a celebrity Scientology couple. And that's why when Tom Cruise was trying to recruit David and Victoria Beckham, he enlisted Will and Jada to help him. Tom Cruise was determined to get David and Victoria to join, and allegedly there were millions of tax-exempt money spent trying to recruit the Beckhams. This was when the Beckhams moved to Los Angeles, when David started playing for the LA Galaxy in 2007, and the Beckhams did become good friends with Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes. I remember this at the time because I was excited about him playing in the US, and I do remember lots of content in the media about them being friends. Scientology really had their sights set on them because I just remember it being such a big thing that they were coming to the US. And I remember at the time there was like a big push to get more eyes on US soccer. And because the Beckhams were such big stars, they saw that as an opportunity. Scientology owns a ton of property, especially in downtown Clearwater. That's why downtown Clearwater is pretty quiet. Scientology and Tom Cruise and his sisters own like tons of real estate down there. Tom Cruise, I remember once he was talking about his apartment when he came into my AMC, and it's like a gorgeous, gorgeous apartment. His sisters have apartments in the same block, and they own so much property. But one of the biggest places that Scientology owns is this compound called Gold Coast. And this is where the worst Scientology shit goes down. This is allegedly where they keep the troublemakers, and they actually allegedly hold people there against their will. Mike Rinder has spoken about being kept at Gold Coast in the Hole, which is where Emily Armstrong's mother allegedly was too. And this is where you are sent to be punished. A lot of the people who've escaped Scientology have escaped from this facility, but it is very, very difficult because apparently there's a fence that goes around the whole thing and every inch is covered with cameras. And there's also tons of security and like barbed wire and spikes. And Scientology claim these measures are to keep out bears. But if that was true, why would the spikes be inside? If you look at the way things are set up, it is clear that they're trying to keep something in, not to stop something getting in. Most Scientologists aren't even allowed to know where this Gold Coast is. And whenever Tom Cruise comes to Gold Coast, all of the staff of this facility stop what they're doing as he drives in, and they all like stand along the road where he's coming in, and they all salute him as he's coming in, and they walk him around and like show him, oh, this new room and all of this. And if he comes in the room, everybody has to like stand up and stand to attention and salute him and call him sir. And this is what Leah Remini talks about when she says, you know, celebrities get used to this like level of being amazing and everybody's running around doing everything for you and you're just treated like a god, and that sort of treatment is addicting, and there's not really much higher you can go than that. Enter Scientology. And so Leah Remini has said that this absolutely like is one of the biggest factors in why she thinks Tom Cruise stays in Scientology, because of all of the way he's treated. And you know, people like, that is crazy that people are, you know, saluting Tom Cruise. And it's just, I mean, there's so many wild things, but there was an actual professional grade soccer pitch installed at Gold Coast in anticipation of David and Victoria visiting the facility. Not even that like, oh, they're definitely coming, or oh, they're going to be members. This was just hoping that they would come, and they really wanted to wow them. When Tom Cruise was trying to win over Nicole Kidman, he did something very similar. Again, thanks to the US taxpayers and tax-exempt money. He had this other Scientology facility spend all this money and make all these enhancements and do all this crazy stuff in hopes that, you know, it would score some points. Thankfully, the Beckhams were smart enough to keep their distance from Scientology, and they never even set foot at the Gold Coast. Hi guys, Editing Ash here again. Just two quick things that I forgot to mention about Will Smith and Tom Cruise's relationship. And that's it. One, they do collaborate on each other's projects all of the time. And this goes uncredited, or, you know, it's not something like official that they do, but this has been going on for years and years and years, all the way back. I think the first time that they ever spoke about it was when Will Smith spoke about Tom Cruise being very involved with I Am Legend, especially with the script, and whenever they were in pre-production and kind of ironing out like what they wanted the movie to be and what direction and the drafts and everything like that. And I also heard that Tom Cruise was one of the people who really was staunchly against the other ending, and he wanted the ending that they ended up putting at the end of I Am Legend. But a lot of people who've seen both endings, the other ending is on the DVD and you can find it on YouTube too. I'll link it in the sources, but most people, including myself, think that they should have gone with the other ending. So take that for what you will. But the second thing is not to do with work, it's a bit more personal. And this was actually mentioned, or some of the details were mentioned in Leah Remini's book, Troublemaker. This was when she was invited to one of Tom Cruise's like very, very exclusive gatherings, and only the top of the top celebrity Scientologists get invited to this. Allegedly, Will and Jada Smith are always present at these events. And according to Leah Remini, they ended up playing hide and seek, and Leah did not want to partake. So
Tom and David Miscavige weren't very happy with her. When you read this in Leah's book, it sounds very PG and very just kind of weird that they're playing hide and seek, but just they're playing hide and seek. But I have heard that it was a bit more rated R hide and seek, and allegedly rated R hide and seek. So I think either way, it's kind of weird. Jada Smith did try and come up with an excuse about why they were playing hide and seek. And she was saying, oh, well, Tom loves kids and he was playing with kids, even though this was a celebrity Scientologist event at night that no kids were present at. And I just always think it's funny when celebrities try and come up with these excuses that if you think for like 1 second that they make no sense. Anyway, those were two relevant, pertinent little bits of information that we can all picture Tom Cruise and Will Smith playing hide and seek. And I don't know, maybe this was what South Park was referencing, amongst other things, when they did the episode where they had Tom Cruise in a closet. Maybe they'd heard about the hide and seek too. There are so many celebrities Scientology has tried to recruit over the years using their biggest celebrities. They wanted Juliette Lewis to bring in Brad Pitt and so many others, as usually they will use whoever the celebrity Scientologist is dating or projects that they're working on. They see it as just an opportunity for Scientology, like Laura Prepon and Chris Masterson. Danny introduced her and brought her in, and then they were able to use them as a couple. There are also celebrities who get it and get out, like John Stamos. He didn't last long at all. Then there's people like John Travolta and Kirstie Alley. They're in it and make the mistake of telling Scientology their deepest, darkest secrets. They also get all wrapped up in finances, like John Travolta has 2 massive jets sitting at his house. But Scientology will also do a lot of their dirty work and clean up a lot of their messes, but then they have that blackmail material on them. And with John Travolta in particular, he had a string of accusations surrounding him after many masseurs complained about his inappropriate touching and groping. And of course, look at Danny Masterson. Scientology did literally bury and hide his horrendous crimes for decades. And thankfully, that has all now come to light. And I'm hoping through the civil trial in September that even more comes out and Scientology has to pay for, at least monetarily, what they've done. And the fact that Danny Masterson is still not being declared a suppressive person, that he is still a Scientologist in good standing, just shows you how Scientology cares about nothing else but celebrities. They don't want the other Mastersons to leave. His brother Chris Masterson, who Malcolm in the Middle is going to be returning soon. His sister Alana Masterson was in The Walking Dead, and she's also best friends with Hilary Duff. Hilary Duff also dated Danny Masterson's other brother, Jordan Masterson, and Jordan Masterson is frequently seen still to this day with Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis, people that have a lot of name recognition, a lot of power, a lot of money, and is another celebrity relationship that Scientology wants to foster. Many of these celebrities, be it they are actual members or just entangled with Scientology, remain loyal to Scientology, and they absolutely all try to downplay their involvement and also try to make Scientology look as appealing as possible, look like this cool, open, relaxed church with celebrity connections. Oh, people will think, maybe I'll check out a meeting. Look, all these celebrities are there. Oh, I wonder if it could help me. What do I have to lose? When really Scientology has done horrendous, horrendous things, in my opinion. And I just hope that these celebrities are not able to lure anyone in. Please let me know all your opinions on these celebrities, Scientology,
And especially let me know what you think Elisabeth Moss has going on with Handmaid's Tale and Scientology. Very curious to hear what people think about that. If you made it to the end of this video, thank you so much for watching. Leave MVP below so I can personally thank you. I know this was a bit of a different one and kind of a different style than usual, so I really hope you enjoyed it. I've left my Patreon social media, G's social media, the sources, everything you might need linked in the description box in the pinned comment. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and we hope to see you in the next one. Bye, guys.